How are you? Good.
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I feel like now that I'm here, I can like breathe.
Yeah, literally, I'm starting it off strong straight away. I've got my cider here. No cups of tea today. It's been a week.
I didn't even have time to make a cup of tea, so I think when we start, I'll go and start off with the cider as well. I thought that I'd have enough time to go for a run before this and then have a shower. If you can tell, my hair is still wet. So.
I'm amazed you went for a run. That beats me, to be fair. I don't think I would have the motivation to do that at all. So well done.
Thank you. But yeah, if I look slightly more, bedraggled than normal, that is why. But how are you? How's your week of school been?
If I look bedraggled, that is why. To be fair, I'm loving it. Like, I love being in the classroom. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm doing my teacher's training. So I'm currently in a school now doing placement, and it's like such a good time. I haven't been teaching this week yet, though. I'm starting next week. So I'm a bit nervous about that. But I think it's just the fact that I now have such a full day. I'm just knackered. Because obviously I've been staying at home I've stayed at home now since about a year.
Yeah.
Like actually getting like a kick out of bed at 10 to 7 in the morning, and then not coming home till like not half, or what am I saying, about 4.
Yeah,
it's like a lot.
I think everything's tiring. I think even just like going to the supermarket is tiring, so to then have to like add on actually like being in a school, I imagine that you must be shattered.
Yeah, like I'm in bed by like 8:30. So today I'm like trying to power through, and then it's annoying because there's like Becca's 48-hour read-a-thon this weekend, isn't there? And I was like, yes, I'm gonna go hard, but then I'm like, I've got so much work I need to do now by like Monday for when I teach. So it's not even resting at the weekend now. I think it's gonna be like a 24/7 thing for a while. So yeah,
we're enjoying it.
Yeah, I really am. It's actually so nice. Like, I was really scared that I wouldn't like it because obviously I've been at home, and like it's been so nice kind of doing it on my own terms in a way. Like, I've been able to take my time and like sit in my pajamas.
Yeah.
And now the kick up the backside is it's very needed, definitely.
Having to get dressed.
Yes, literally the stress of like trying to choose an outfit every day where that it's like appropriate for a school and stuff. I'm like, it's a lot. It's something I never thought I'd be like iffy on, but I'm like, the kids are going to judge me if I wear this. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I'll just go through some comments. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
We are doing well. I think I'm speaking for both of us here. But
yeah, I'm good.
Flustered and stressed for our Friday night sprints as per usual.
Yeah, but hopefully no technical issues this week.
That would be good. That would be amazing.
You know how long the Wi-Fi was down for? Almost an entire 24 hours.
Was it? Oh my goodness.
It was down in the whole area, and because we're with Sky, and on their website it said that there wasn't a problem in the area, so we rang them and we were on hold for like 40 minutes, and then we got through and the woman was like, yeah, there's a problem in the local area, and I was like, well, the website says. I wouldn't have rung you if that was the case. So yeah, it was really annoying because my 4G was really rubbish as well, and I think you don't realize how much time you spend online until you literally can't do it. And I was like,
yeah,
can I do it myself now then?
It must just be a thing with lockdown, with like people using stuff more, because my power went down or my Wi-Fi went down about 2 months ago now, and that was down for like a good half of the day.
Yeah.
And when I was just sat here a bit like, what do we do? Like, what do you do? Yeah. I can read, but he doesn't really read, and he was just sat there for hours just like, what is life? Yeah. Which is sad, but
through problems.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the world we live in now, isn't it? So hi. Oh, it's nice to see so many of you. Hi. I feel weird if I wave and say hi all the time, so I might switch it up a bit. We'll see. Hi, just finished work, so happy it's the weekend. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
nice break for us all. Hopefully we'll all get a good chunk of reading done tonight, or just be productive, or just put us on for company. Hope we in some way. Hi.
Hi.
And hi. Yeah, happy weekend. I'm so excited for it. And the weather today is beautiful. So I'm hoping that'll carry on throughout the weekend. I feel like that'll make me like more productive and just
yeah, it definitely helps. It's not that nice here. It's quite grey, but
oh right, it looks sunny on your screen, and I look very dark. But
no, I think it's just because I've got the window like right here, but it is quite grey.
Yeah, it's been weird all day, but then as soon as I came home, it's just like blue skies, the birds are chirping away, and I'm like, oh, this is nice.
Spring.
Oh, yeah, honestly, I used to be such a winter person. I used to be like, I hate spring, I hate summer, and I think I just hated the fact that I like had to wear shorts and I didn't like the way my legs looked. But now that I'm older, I'm like, who cares? Like, who cares?
So, yeah, I'm not very good with the heat, but I do prefer like the sort of atmosphere, I guess, in spring and summer. Or I say that, but then it gets to autumn and I'm like, oh, autumn's my favorite time of the year. I love being cozy. So basically it's like whatever point we're not currently in is the favorite.
Yeah, I think my only issue with autumn is that's when I start getting really ill. That's when like colds and that kick in, and I'm like not with it.
I think my body thinks, oh, it's going back to uni season, even though I haven't been at uni for that many years, and it's like, oh, we'll get ill now.
Oh my god, you never get as ill as you do at university. It is another level. I was ill, honest God, from Freshers Week until my last day of third year. It is awful. I think it's just all the nights out, and like if one person has something, because you're with so many of them, it's just like a given to be ill. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't even answer that. Oh my god. What's everyone reading? Yeah, let us know in the chat as well. I think for tonight, I'm just going to try and, I don't think I can finish it, but I am going to try and power through with a bit more of The Amber Spyglass by Philip Pullman. The great thing about actually leaving my house now is that I can listen to audiobooks. So I have like powered through this week, and I'm quite close to the ending now, I think. I'm like 360 pages in. Okay, maybe not. There's over 520 pages in this. Okay, so still a way to go. But I don't want to start anything else because Becca's read-a-thon is this weekend, and I do want to like try and get books off my TBR done then. So hopefully that'll be the case. But yeah, I think it'll be nice to just maybe listen to this and like colour in or something. I don't know if I'll actually sit down and read, but we'll see.
I am reading, well, I've got two things as usual, because why would I ever just bring one thing? So I'm currently reading, I've got to just check it off, but I'm reading Transcendent Kingdom by Yar Jesse.
Are you enjoying that? Because that looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really easy to sort of like fall into, but there's some quite sad bits. And it's like it's like the story of this girl's life, really. Like that's what there is like bits of plot, but it's not like super plot heavy. But it's like a nice mix, the sort of thing that I like, I guess. But I've got about 50 pages left, so I want to finish that, and then I'm finally, as I have in every single sprint, I'm going to sit down and read it, because where am I? I have read a bit more. I'm like 90 pages in, but my friend is on page 166. Yeah, so I'm quite a way behind. So I would like to try and catch up so that we can actually talk about it. So yeah. I also have the audiobook of this, so I think I might also listen to it and maybe do some embroidery, which isn't here at the moment. Otherwise, I would show you how far I've got.
So exciting. Oh, I can't wait to see this. I feel like people are going to really enjoy seeing that as well.
I hope so. I hope it's all right when I finished it. But
I was just going to say, actually, have you started A Little Life yet? Because I know you've put it like in TBRs. Right. Rachel, Chloe, and I are going to buddy read it, I think, in June. I think. Okay. So if you want to hold off, I don't know if you do, but it's just because we've all been saying for so long, like, oh, I need to read it. And then because in your videos, you've been like, I put it in the TBR and I still haven't read it. I'm like, okay, hopefully, because Chloe's really good at like scheduling as well. So hopefully that'll like make us read it. So I just thought if you wanted to.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because I haven't picked it up yet in March, even though it was on the TBR, and I don't know if I will now, because there's only like 10 days left, and I know like I know
it's actually it's like the 19th, and then I can't believe that. I'm thinking, like, I've got so many books in my TBR that I haven't gotten to, and I'm like, I probably won't even start them.
Same. I'm like, I want to finish Shadow of the Wind. I want to read Hamlet, which I said was going to be the next book that I read, and then I read Transcendent Kingdom instead. Those are two that I really want to read, and then there's another one that that I've got to read for that book club thing that I. I've got 3.
I feel like you'll enjoy Hamlet. I feel like that's one you will read quickly. When I picked that up, did I say Hamlet? Hamnet. It's one I fall into really easily, and it's kind of like magical realism-esque. It's very weird. The writing is so beautiful, and it's so like such vivid. I can't speak. Vivid imagery. It's just beautiful, and I do need to read this actually, but I'm like 115 pages in, and it's so good. But I think I want to film a little like video for this, because obviously so many books have been recommended to me at the minute.
Yeah.
This was mainly for Rebecca, so I might do like a booktube recommend sort of thing. So I think I'm going to vlog reading that now. So I've like put that on hold for a bit, and then hopefully I'm going to pick it back up next week, because I'm just loving it. But then I also have Rebecca on my TBR, and I'm so eager to get to that, but I want to give it the time it deserves as well. So I'm like stressing. But I think you'll enjoy Hamlet, definitely.
Yeah, I think I will as well. So hopefully next week also is when I will be picking it up.
Yeah, and if you enjoy it and think it's similar or like the same sort of vibes as Transcendent Kingdom, definitely let me know, because I did add that, I think, to my list after I saw it in your TBR, because I was like, that sounds cool. I haven't gotten to it yet. Currently reading The End of Her. Hi. Reading 1984. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't read that.
I haven't either.
Oh, okay. I don't feel as bad now. I feel like it's one that always pops up, and I feel like it's one that I'd enjoy, but like, I don't know. There's just something that I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I feel like I probably should have read it. I feel like there's so many books that, to say I've got an English degree, I haven't read. But I feel like this is one of them. But
yeah, I feel like everyone's read this book, but then I'm surprised at how many people haven't. So I don't know. Might be one of those types of weird ones. Me Remembering Sprints. You actually read. I can't read that. What does it say? You actually read As Mine Wednesday? Oh, okay. Me Remembering Sprints. You actually read. Yeah. Okay, I'm with it. I was on these sprints like in the chat on Wednesday, and they were just chatting away, but it's so nice to actually hear people chatting sometimes. Like, I wasn't reading, I didn't read anything, but I was there for the chats, and that was really fun.
We do love a chat.
Yeah, sorry, I really struggled with reading that as well. Don't know what came over me, but the chaotic energy is here.
Great, we love that on a Friday night. It's definitely like our brand.
I think it is, isn't it? It's like a bit of a chatty, chaotic, maybe reading sprint.
Yeah, I put the I didn't watch, like, I haven't watched it back like all of last week, but I wanted to see how long we talked for, because I was like, I swear we were talking for a really long time, and we were talking the bit when we were talking about like the tube and all of that. We were talking. We were talking for like over an hour, which I think was our longest block of time.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe that. To be fair, I think last week was just a write-off, though. It was like, it started off fast, and then it just carried on.
I know. I was like, great. And you having to be there at the end by yourself.
That was honestly the most awkward thing. Like, you don't realize like how nice it is to have someone else here, because obviously you can both chat and like, but because I couldn't highlight any comments and because I couldn't really type anything, it was just me on the screen being like, oh, this comment says this. Yeah, that's cool. This comment says this.
Oh, when I came back on though, it didn't look that bad, I don't think, when I watched it back, but there was such a big delay. So you'd say something and I'd answer, or I'd have said something and then I'd just sit there and then you'd answer what I'd said like 3 minutes ago, and it was so awkward. And then as soon as it ended, you were like, that was so awkward, and then then it just cut out. So
yeah, we didn't even get to chat about anything last week, I feel like, because we didn't have time before the live because of your laptop issues, and then after the live ended you were literally like, okay, bye. So if anyone was there, thank you. That was a wild Friday night, but I think it's going to be funny to look back on that. Yeah, I haven't watched it back, but that was good. What does your shirt say, Carys?
It says Avid Readers Club, very on brand for the evening.
I love that.
Thank you. It's from, well, I got it from Depop, but it's from Joni Clothing. They do like quite a few bookish themed items, but also other nice things.
I didn't know that. I've seen a few things on there, but yeah, I haven't been looking. I'll be continuing with the Empty Orchestra. I'm starting uni in September. Oh, that is so exciting. I don't mean to put you off by saying that we're all ill constantly. But no, genuinely the best like 3 years of my life, but it does go so fast.
Yeah.
So, like, definitely take a step back every now and again and like just
appreciate it.
Yeah. Honestly, I was talking about this today where like it's just flown. Like, to think that I'm now at the point where I'm going to be like getting a job, I'm like, I just want to go back.
Yeah, I think I took it for granted for sure. Because like I lived in Cornwall when I was at uni, and I loved it, but then there were days when it just gets to the point where you're like I'd speak to my parents on the phone and they'd be like, oh, you're so lucky, and I'd be like, yeah, I'm just here, you know, like the beach is just there, it's not a big deal anymore. Yeah. And now I'm like, oh, I would kill to be living there again.
Oh, it's sad. I think because I met Tom really early on at uni as well, that stopped me, or not stopped me, but I just wasn't as bothered to like go out and stuff. I'd rather have like spent time with him, and I think I missed out on a lot of stuff I could have done, but that was on me. Like, at the time, that's what I wanted to do. I don't really regret it, but like I wish I would have like just had the uni experience like full on.
Yeah.
I think I got a bit like you said, just like, I can't be asked being here. Like, I feel like I'm not too old, but like seeing the new people every year come in as well, I was just like, I think I'm just like past this point now of like being out every night, like spending all my money. Yeah, was not good, but I would go back in a heartbeat now. Hi. Are you guys taking part in Bookathon? Are you?
No.
I'm going to say yes. I had very ambitious plans for this, but reality is that I probably won't participate in it that much. Like, I want to say that I'm doing a 48-hour read-a-thon, but I have so much work for like planning and making the lessons and, you know, just little stuff like that, making the worksheets, that I feel like that's going to take a day in itself. So like, I'm going to try. I'm going to see how it goes. Hopefully I'll get some books read. If not, I'm not too bothered about it, to be fair. But
I feel like with most things, I just live vicariously through everyone else. I just watch the vlogs afterwards and be like, oh, that was fun. That was a fun time.
Yeah, that's what I do, to be fair. I feel like every time I've done a read-a-thon lately, it's just not worked. And then I end up scrapping it and I'm just like, I'll just watch other people's vlogs. It's fine. I'm reading Amari. Oh, I really want to get to this. This is one I was thinking of reading this weekend. But I don't know if I will, because again, not on my TBR. And I have got books on my TBR that I definitely need to read. Please let us know in the chat actually if you are taking part in Bookathon, because I'd love to know how many of us actually are. I feel like it's going to be quite a big thing. Reading Hearse and Buggy, the first in an Amish cozy mystery series. Ooh. Are you enjoying it? Because that sounds very fun. Hi, Becca. Thanks for joining. Going to edit in these. Nice. Yeah, I actually don't have like any videos pre-filmed now, and I'm kind of stressing about it. I think I'm going to count this as like my second video for the week.
Yeah.
And think about it another time, because yeah, I'm just not with it.
I have to film. Well, I don't have to, but my like next video is due for Sunday, so which means that I kind of have to film tomorrow, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. I have no ideas. I feel like all the ideas that I have are things that at the moment are like actually involve reading, but like reading things that I haven't read yet. So like reading vlogs, those sorts of things, which obviously I can't just do.
Yeah.
So,
what if you do a little like read with me for this week, where you just like film yourself for half an hour?
good idea.
Put something on. Honestly, I was thinking about this. I have a few tags that I want to do. I know you've done like the school days book tag. I need to do that, because I think Chloe and Emily tagged me. So that'll be like 1 week. But then again, I don't want to just be doing tags at the minute. But I don't.
Yeah, actually, I do have Aoife's Derry Girls book tag to film, which I'm definitely going to do. But I just did a tag, so then I don't really want to do another tag on Sunday. So I think I might do that one next week. So yeah, a read with me might be a good idea, actually.
Yeah, that would be good. I think I was going through like a weird lull a few weeks back, and I was like, I'm just gonna film it, and then it forced me to be. I read like so much during that, because I knew the camera was on me as well, so I was like actually reading. Yeah. Mine turned out awfully though, because when I like put all the sound clips together, it went really weird. So yeah, that was a shame, but
I don't think it was
a very easy video to film. Oh, don't you? I think it's because it was like rainy sounds, but then I didn't realize the rain just like cut off at some points, and then it just like starts up again. And I was like, oh no.
I didn't notice. I think once you get into what you're reading, you almost like don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's an idea for you. I'm reading The Single Dad's Handbook by Lizzie James. Chicklet, which I should finish in sprint number 1, then on to Babysitter's Club, so I can keep my Irish book for a vlog tomorrow. Oh, nice.
I tried to watch the Babysitter's Club. Like they did like a reboot of it on Netflix this year or last year, but it was weird.
Oh.
Like seeing something so like set, so like associated with a certain era, like in the current day.
Yeah, I kind of don't like when stuff like happens. I'm like, oh, kind of like pulls me out of it a bit. Mine was like 40 minutes reading, 2 hours chat. This was like us for the first, like few weeks, I think. We're still quite bad at doing it now, to be fair. I think I'll just get through these comments. I didn't realize we'd have so many comments. And then we'll sprint. Hi, Emily. Hi, Emily. Can't wait to play the bone flute with you. Oh my god, I swear those two have some weird inside little things. Finally reading Cost. How are you enjoying it? It's going to be so cool. We'll have to dress up and all. I want to know what this is, but I'm kind of scared to ask. Want to take part fully, but I have a mock exam paper in English on Monday, so I'm not sure. Definitely prioritize this. Even though it's a mock exam, you never know. Like, I think with COVID and that, they've been looking at mock exams, haven't they? And like averaging and things. So definitely let your education take priority. I'm going to participate, but like I said, loosely, so I wouldn't worry about it. Just read if you can. Wow, this is the energy I need. I would love this. I can't do that. I have like such attachment issues to things that.
But I got rid of loads, but there's so many on my shelves that I am not that bothered about. and I would get rid of, but they're all signed, because when I used to go to Yalc, I literally used to take any book, even if I hadn't read it or even if I didn't really enjoy it. I used to be like, oh, well, I may as well get it signed. And now I can't get rid of them because I'm like, oh, it's signed, even if I didn't enjoy it.
I did that. I've only ever been to one Yalc, and I literally bought all the authors' books that were going, and I like carried them as well. And I've got one which is flawed that I kind of like it was okay, but then I've never read again, and I don't think I will. But that's covered by like 7.
Oh, yeah, I've got that.
Yeah, and I think I got every single author to sign it except for one, and now I'm like, I can't get rid of this book because like, how bad would that be? I don't know. It's an issue. Not taking part in Bookathon. Cool. Hi. I have about 15 books in my Bookathon TBR. Oh my gosh.
How long is it for?
It's for 48 hours. So I think it's midnight today or tomorrow morning. Until midnight Sunday evening, Monday morning. But you don't know the prompts. So you know the first prompt, but then I think every 4 hours or 8 hours there's like a roll drop where Becca will post the prompts as we go, because obviously it's like for a Monopoly board, which is very stressful because you can get prompts like contemporary, and I'm like, I don't. So I'm hoping they'll be good. I'm hoping I can just read a lot of shorter books maybe, but again, the books I have on my TBR are quite chunky, so we'll see. 15 books is very ambitious though.
Yeah, I definitely can't get through more than one in a weekend, so I would just be pointless because I wouldn't be able to fill any of the prompts. I feel like this is my one thing that I've read. Well done, Molly.
Nice. Well, it's normally like I think there's 8 prompts, but you can choose to do like 4 of them, if that makes sense. So I feel like there's 2 prompts for each like board that she's had. Some people want to go all out. Last year I just did the 4 prompts, and that was like enough for me. I barely managed it. I think I read like a tiny comic right at the end to like, I did it. And yeah, it's just not enjoyable. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I was just reading because I wanted to say that I've done it, but like,
yeah, you need to find the balance between something being fun for you and then it being like too much pressure that it takes all the enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. I'm gonna participate, like I said, but I won't do much reading. It's fine. I'm reading A Heart So Fierce and Broken. I really loved the first book of this, and I haven't carried on with the books, so definitely let me know if you enjoy it. That's what I was trying to say. I don't think you've read this, have you, Carys? No. Cool. It's like a Beauty and the Beast retelling sort of thing. Then it may also map out my videos for next week. I normally film on Sundays. Nice. Hi. Is there a read-a-thon? Yes. If you type in Becca's Bookopoly-thon, that's a mouthful. I might put it in the comments actually. But it's like a weekend read-a-thon this weekend, so I'll pop it in the chat in a minute. Okay. Hi. Hi. I have 12 book options prepared for Bookathon. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is me. I feel like I could have a book for like most prompts except for contemporary or romance, because that's just not me. Hi, I'm reading Caraval. Ooh, that's a very weird series for me. I started the first book, loved it, and then I left it way too long till I read the second book, and then I listened to that on audio, and I was just so like out of it, so I've never finished off the series. And I really need to, but I'm just way too confused now. You know, when you've just left it that long that like you don't even know who the characters are.
Yeah, that's why I just wait until things are like fully out and just
I think I need to do that now, because I have so many series that I started the first book last year, and I'm like, I can't just dive into the next book now because I've read so much that I've just forgotten. And it's annoying. But yeah, definitely need to binge a series, I think. Off to a house viewing now, but we'll join you when I'm back and getting ready for Charlotte's birthday live. Ooh, exciting.
Well, if you haven't already left. Sure.
I hope the house viewing goes okay anyway. Right, I've made it to the end of the comments. How long would you like to sprint for? Would you like to do half an hour to make it up to like 6, or should we just do like 45?
Either is fine with me. I will let you decide.
I am indecisive AF, so this isn't going to go well. Well, should we just start off strong with 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they always help, because even if you like faff around for a bit at the start.
Yeah, which is what I'm going to do, because I'm going to go and get a drink.
Yeah, you still like actually get stuff done, so hopefully that'll work out. I'll just try and put the timer on. There's always an issue. Okay, I think I've done it. Yes. Okay, it's being weird at the minute. Is that okay on screen?
It's like the.
Can you see it?
Oh, no, I can only see the like vortex.
Oh my gosh! Why?
Did you do the like one tab thing?
Yeah, I'll try it again. I think I must have clicked StreamYard instead of timer. That's probably it. My stupid ass.
I can see it now.
Is this in screen? Let me check. No, I don't know why it does that. I'm gonna have to just put it on small and then zoom in, I think.
That's fine.
Yeah. Cool. Hopefully that's good. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm gonna click start now, and I will see you guys in 45.
See you in a bit.
had to make sure that my audiobook was actually paused then before I started speaking.
Oh,
How did everyone do? How did you do? Why are you there?
yeah, I don't actually know how many pages I read because I didn't take a note of where I was, but I've got just under 20 pages left. So
Oh, no way.
I didn't finish it, but I definitely will in the next sprint. So that's good.
Yeah, that'd be really good for you. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you're nearly at the end.
Yeah, it's quite it's not super slow to read, but I feel like because it's so like, I don't know what the word is, but I feel like some books I read and I like almost skim them and I still get everything out of it, but I feel like I really need to like take in every word.
Oh, right. I didn't think it'd be, well, yeah, I suppose that makes sense, to be fair.
But it's also easy to read, but then it's just, I feel like if I skim it, then I sort of miss something. I don't know how to explain it.
No, I kind of get what you mean. I also don't actually know how much I read. It's hard trying to follow along with the audiobook because I don't specifically know where I am. I just kind of know the chapter. So then if I'm halfway through one chapter, I'll put my bookmark at the start of the next one. But I think I read like 30 odd pages, maybe a bit more. I was on 368 and now I'm around 404. And I can't do maths at the minute because I'm just not with it. So
It's like 30, 35 pages.
Yeah, so I was, about right. That makes sense. I feel like, I don't know if it's because I'm listening to the audiobook though, but like reading along physically, I normally read about 40, 45 pages during a 45-minute sprint. So I don't know if it's just because the audiobook's like slowing it down a bit or if I'm just...
What speed are you listening to it at?
I think, I'll just check actually. It says I've got like 2 hours left, so not a lot. Oh, 1.6. And I know why. That makes sense. I've been listening to it whilst driving, and the bass in the audiobook of this, because it's like a full cast and the sound effects, I can't hear it over my car, so I have to slow the speed down to understand it. And now I've just not upped the speed. So I did not realise that. That's, oh my God. That makes so much sense. I normally listen to audiobooks at 2 times the speed or 2.5 if I'm reading along physically. That makes so much sense. Oh my gosh. Carys, you're a genius.
Well, you've had a nice gradual start to it.
Yeah. Do you know what? These are so dark. Oh my gosh. I did not realize. Like, I kind of knew they were dark because I watched the film when I was very young and that kind of like scared me. But wow, there's like stuff going on in here where you're like, if this is aimed towards like children, I think it says they're aimed towards any age, but oh my God, it deals with some really like dark themes and happenings, and it's just like, wow.
Traumatizing for the kids.
Honestly, like, don't read this if you're affected. It's like experiments on children and stuff like that, and then we go to like the land of the dead and things, and there's just a lot of like, I don't know, just different elements to it, but they're like really dark. Right, I'll catch up with some comments. I think we were here because this is what happened. I never have any luck with the timer, I'm telling you. Read 40 pages, nice. Hi. Joined halfway through and have made some progress on my review for The Last House on Needless Street. Such an incredible book. Ooh, okay, I will definitely make a note of that.
Yeah, I've not heard of that.
Hi.
Hey.
Thank you for back. Carys, this one's for you at the minute.
I'm not going to say anything. I've seen the finale. I'm not going to say anything in case anyone who is in the chat has not, and you haven't seen any of it, so I don't spoil anything.
I've seen a lot of stuff on Twitter, and every time I see it, because I kind of know what the people look like, so I'm like, as soon as I see something, I'm like, scroll, and I just see it being like, RuPaul's ruthless this season, and I'm like, oh no, okay, skip. For anyone who's confused, I love Drag Race, but I've just never watched the UK one for some reason. So need to get on that. If you love Drag Race though, Carys did a tag on it the other day. So definitely check that out. I can't watch it because spoilers.
Yeah.
It was literally, as soon as you posted it, I was going to watch it, and then I was like, I don't know if it'll spoil me. I just messaged you, but for some reason I just didn't. So yeah, I
probably have watched like 1 minute, and then I say like, I'm going to talk about spoilers all the way through the video. So
yeah, I kind of thought you would. Like, I feel like it wouldn't make sense if.
Well, yeah, some of the questions didn't really make sense without knowing the context behind them, like which would be spoilers. So.
But to be fair, I feel like if people look for that video, they're gonna have watched it. Do you know what I mean? So like, I was just the wrong target audience. Apparently, I've said to Tom like all through last week after our chat, I was like, right, we need to watch Drag Race UK, and he was like, yeah, Brill. But obviously, since starting school now, I'm like so busy, so I haven't actually had time to sit down and start it. So definitely plan on, but just yeah, life is happening right now, which is a shock to the system, and I'm struggling. Emily read 64 pages. Oh my gosh, what are you reading, Emily? I'm not sure if you've said. I don't feel like you've said.
I don't think so.
But I'd love to know. Also, I'm looking really red. And I don't know if it's because I've had a cider, because I'm really cold. I've got like a blanket on me and everything. But like I can see my face, so yeah, please ignore that.
I'm just like reflective, which is annoying. I apologize.
I hate that. If it's literally, I'm like, oh, I'll wear my glasses, but then it's either the window or my light that you can see. I'm like, oh, I just can't. I'm trying to tilt my head like this with like.
I think I just give up, because I think the first week we did sprints, I put my contact lenses in, but then like I just can't be bothered. So everyone just has to deal with it.
I really want to get contacts at the minute though, because again, with schools and that, I feel like I'm really struggling, and with the mask and stuff, it's really hard to wear my glasses because they just steam up. And I didn't realize how bad my eyes had gotten, but I feel like it's finally come to the point where I'm like, I kind of need contacts or something, because I'm straining. Like, you know, when you don't realize, and like in the class, you'll be like, I'll read this out, but then I actually can't see the board. So it's not like I can follow along or anything. So I definitely need to get on that. I stopped at 35 minutes because I started to get a headache, but managed to get 19 pages done. Well, I hope you're okay, Cami. Definitely give yourself a break. Go outside if you can. Have a bit of a chill. I always feel like on these Friday sprints I do get headaches, but I think it's because I'm finally sitting down to like chill, and then it all kind of hits.
Your body's just like
yeah, it's like, okay, we're done. Thank God. I used to be that like that with colds, and as soon as it was the weekend and I'd like started to chill, I just get hit with the biggest cold, and it was blooming annoying. Joined in at 30 minutes and read 21 pages. Wow, that is so good. I always feel so bad in these sprints because I just get distracted. Don't know how much I read. I'm at 52. Nice. I feel like it's always nice to get over like the halfway point. I feel like that's when I sort of properly then.
Yeah. You've got a physical book, and the bit that you're like got left to read is short.
I love it. I'm pretty sure I was spoiled who won, and if I was, then I don't agree with the winner.
Yeah, it was a question of, I mean, they were all really good. There was someone who was very, very popular with everyone, who was also my favourite. I'm not going to say anymore.
I feel like RuPaul always does that. I feel like I always have a clear winner, or someone I feel like is genuinely like should win, and then RuPaul's like, nah, I'm gonna go this way.
Yeah. I think with this as well, like the prize, the person who didn't win, they almost didn't need the prize, because the prize is like they just get like a YouTube series. They don't get any money or anything in the British version. They get flown to Hollywood to do some YouTube series, and that's like it. So really just being on the show is like exposure or whatever. And I think the person who won is more like sort of, because it's on the BBC, I think it's more like the sort of image that you would expect to see on the BBC versus
but Drag Race is not a BBC type of show. Like, I feel like you know what you're getting into if you watch Drag Race. Like, it's not like there's swearing, there's like a lot of profanities, there's lots of jokes. Like, it's not PG. I don't know why they've gone on the BBC route. Plus, like, that's like free, isn't it, for the majority of for everyone? So, like,
it's funny watching the judges like react to the sort of British humour. Like, there was this comedy challenge, and I feel like, I mean, one of the queens, I didn't think she was like super funny, but the judges were like, that was terrible. And I'm like, I think you'd find it more funny if you were British, because American humour I think is so different. Like, British humour is so...
That's what I feel like with reading American books, or like American authors that are writing books about Britain. I feel like it's like a very different way of like portraying us than what we actually are. Oh, that's a shame. I still want to watch it though.
Yeah, I would say this is like one of the best seasons that I've seen. Like, the cast of it is really good. But it's so difficult to talk about it without saying.
Sorry, I'll get
Queen and this Queen, who I'm not going to name.
I'll get on that soon, hopefully. I am planning on. I'm so behind on Drag Race UK. I've avoided spoilers so far, but I'm catching up this weekend. To be fair, I'm probably going to see a spoiler, and I'm okay with that. But like, I prefer not to. But
yeah, you've done really well not to be spoiled, though.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen the queens, and I think I know who they're chatting about. I feel like one of them's the blonde one that did that song that you love. I might be wrong, but I feel like I don't want to say anything in case what I'm thinking is the right thing. I think that person didn't win. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. Oh, I'm reading Hidden Bodies, which is the sequel to You. Definitely let me know what you think of it, because I read You and I really, really liked it. But I think I'm just funny with like thriller series. I feel like if you do a thriller, it's just a standalone, isn't it? I feel like a series is so weird. But then again, it definitely could work. So I'm excited to see. Have you read You?
No, I haven't.
It's a really
good person.
Yeah, but it's just it's so good, but like so creepy. It's
the TV show. I don't know if it's similar. I can't really remember what happened, but
to be fair, I stopped watching the TV show for some reason. I think there was one scene that really like got to me, and like that doesn't happen a lot because I'm like used to gore and stuff, but I don't know, something just put me off, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, I really can't remember
that. Yeah, I've got so many.
I've only seen the first season though. I don't know how many seasons there is now.
Yeah, I didn't finish the first season. But again, there's so many things that I'm like I want to watch at the minute. It's like The Witcher. I've been saying I'll watch The Witcher for months since it came out. Still haven't watched it, and I'm normally like, I love like films and TV shows, so I don't know why. I think it's something you've just got to be in the mood for. So, sorry. I currently have to wear an eye patch with my mask, and let me tell you, that's a look and a half. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh right, that's a question for Emily. I hope that's answered. Got to leave soon for dinner. Yeah, that's fine. This normally happens in our Friday night sprints as well. I always forget that we need to eat, and then it gets like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, I'm so hungry. But like, I know it would take me longer to actually make food than I have for the sprint.
Yeah, being with my parents at the moment. And I've got into such a good like routine with timing it now that I know like what time they'll be cooking, so then I can just go down and get it.
Love that. See, Tom cooks, but like not often. I feel like I just do it anyway, so like it's like what I do. But if he knows I'm on a sprint, he normally just sorts himself out. Like he'll have like something And then I'm coming down at 10 o'clock being like, I'm so hungry, but it's 10 o'clock. I don't want to eat anything. But I think I'm going to make like enchiladas or something later. And that's just literally as soon as I just cook the chicken, fry a bit of chicken, put it all in the oven. Hopefully that'll sort itself out. I haven't seen season 2 yet, as I'm waiting to finish the book first. Yeah. I definitely think it was a good adaptation. Like I said, it was very creepy and it doesn't like hold back. It shows you some pretty like gruesome things because obviously the main character doesn't realize that the things he's doing are wrong. And he's basically a stalker. So you see him stalk people and the way he like gets into their heads and the way he creates relationships and it's so messed up. But because of the second person perspective, it's so interesting and it just keeps you like I've read it so fast, such a quick read, and I definitely would recommend it. But yeah, I might have to dive into the second book now. We'll see. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion, but I prefer the US Drag Race seasons than the UK. Oh, Carys is leaving. She's getting up.
No, I think it depends on the season because I really do think this last season has been like in my top like 2 or 3 seasons of all time. But I think the US one, I find it very hit or miss. Like I loved season 12 with like Crystal and Gigi and
that's the one I just watched.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the best ones. But I'm not loving season 13, which is the like US one that's on at the moment. I just can't get into it.
I feel like that's the way I felt about it. Some of them, I don't know, obviously it's like the same things over and over again, isn't it? But like I just don't know, there's something about some of them that I'm just like, oh, I don't know. Like I love most of the queens and stuff. I just get a weird feeling about some of them.
Yeah.
I still love, I think it's season 2, isn't it, with Raven and all of them.
Oh yeah.
It's literally one of my favorites. I don't know why. I think it's because it's like the first one I watched and I was like, yes.
Yeah.
And I also like the one with Violet Chachki.
Oh yeah, I liked that one.
And Bianca Del Rio.
Oh yeah, and Adore. I loved Adore.
Oh my god. She is just like so precious. She's just like me. She's so dopey, but like, oh, I love her. Yeah, I think those are like the main ones that I remember watching and remember like having such a good time with it. But I'm trying to think now. I can't think of the other ones. But yeah, this last season was so good. Definitely amped it up. I feel like the queens are all like at a better level when they're coming into the show now.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been like applying for it for so many years.
Yeah, you see, don't you, that people have been there for literally trying to apply for years. But I feel sad for like the ones that won it at the start because the cash prize and that has gone up so much now. But yeah, I was thinking this the other day, like, you know, Vanjie.
Yeah.
When she was in it for the first time, obviously, it was like not the best. But now I'm like, oh my god, like everyone knows Vanjie. Like she's like the nicest queen. I love her so much. And it's just like, oh.
Yeah, I just feel like I've consumed so much Drag Race content since lockdown began because there was literally like season 12 and then there was like I think All Stars as well, but I haven't seen all of that actually. But there was Canada's Drag Race, which I watched all of, and then there was the UK one, and now there's another season of the normal one, and I'm just like, that's like 5 seasons in a year.
I've never watched All Stars. I don't know why. I feel like there's always something in the back of my mind that's like, oh, this is a bit, I don't know, different. But I feel like I loved it because I love, you know, Untucked.
Yeah.
There's like Untucked. I love that. I just find it so funny, but I don't know what to expect from All-Stars.
All-Stars 2 is well, it's like sort of claimed to be the best one of the best seasons in general, but the first one is weird because they all are in pairs. They put the queens in pairs.
It's all the past queens, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like that's just such a weird concept, but like
I always get really excited about seeing who's on it, but then I like never commit to watching it. Like I'll watch a couple of episodes and be like, okay. I don't know why. I think if some of my favourites were on there, then I would be more sort of inclined.
Yeah, I think was Trixie Mattel on there, because one of my friends absolutely loves Trixie and like she is obsessed with All Stars, and I was like, is this
This one's the third All Stars. That was quite a good one as well, actually. Who else was on? Like Shangela was on it, and Aja.
Oh, I love it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only seen one series of Drag Race, and I watched it all on New Year's Eve from 2017 into 18. Yeah, it's definitely a show you just want to binge, isn't it? I just feel like it's one of those you just put it on and fly through. I think Tom and we watched season 12 a few weeks ago, and it was we had assignments and stuff due in, and I feel like it doesn't, again, like your book, you know, like you said, some you can like skim watch it and you still get it. I feel like that's Race, but like I just love it, and I feel like I could get so much work done just having Drag Race on.
Yeah, it is easy.
Yeah, it's just fun. Like you need a bit of fun. It's just stupid challenges. I absolutely love. When I need a reading break, watching Behind Her Eyes.
I think that's on Netflix, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, see, I don't know why. I'm just missing it's coming out at the minute. I will be watching The Falcon and the Winter Soldier at some point today as well, actually. Because since WandaVision finished, there is a massive hole in my heart. If anyone's watching that or have watched it, please let me know what you think. I've seen like one clip of it online, and the dialogue was like super cheesy, so I'm kind of scared, but it's fine. We're going into it. We'll see how it goes. When a British person is on an American movie or TV show and it's the standard English. I haven't watched Pretty Little Liars, but I get what you mean.
Don't get me started on Pretty Little Liars.
Oh, right.
I used to be like obsessed with it, and I used to talk about it on my channel when I was on YouTube before. So I always say, if you knew of me in my Pretty Little Liars phase, no, you didn't.
You like it?
Huh?
Do you just not like it?
It's just no, I did. I loved it at the time. I was so into it, but like looking back, it's just like it's so trash. The first couple of seasons were okay, but there's like 7 seasons in total, and the ending, the way it all wrapped up in the end, was just so stupid. And I think you can really tell that they sort of just made it up as they went along, and all the fans were there like putting all these clues together and like sleuthing and solving all these things that were just like completely coincidental, because I think, yeah, they just didn't know what they were doing, and there's like massive plot holes in it.
Game of Thrones. Oh, right. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I got the same with Vampire Diaries. I watched like the first like 4 or 5 seasons, and then it was just like when something goes on too long, you can tell. And like you said, it was like they just didn't know where they were going with it. I don't know if you've watched it, but I binged like the first 4 seasons and loved it, and then just like never carried on with it. And it's the same for The Walking Dead. I watched that religiously, and I got up to like the new season coming out. It was not this new season. It was like season 8. And, oh my god, it was just the most boring thing ever. Like, how far can you take like a zombie apocalypse story? It's like we've seen it all before. Honestly, there's still seasons going on. I think it might be like wrapping up now, but I don't even know if that's true. So another one I gave up on, unfortunately. But like Game of Thrones, like you said, like that could have been 2 seasons and it would have been an amazing ending. But because they were like, nah, we'll just wrap it up, put it into one. Awful ending.
I was just glad that I got into Pretty Little Liars. Like, I think they were already like 5 seasons in, so I only had to have it for 3 years. Imagine if I'd have been watching it like from the beginning for 8 whole years.
You'd be crying. You'd be crying.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I just hate that. It's like if you've put this much time and effort into a series, at least finish it off decently.
Yeah.
What is the point? Oh,
it was easy watching. It was fun. But like looking back as well, there's so many, like they handled so many subjects really badly. Like they had like sort of like addiction storylines that were just there, and then they sort of just like went away. And there was this one relationship which I always hated, but it was between Aria, one of the main characters. Basically, she in the first episode meets this guy in a bar, like hooks up with him, and then goes into class the next day, and he's her new teacher, and then they enter into a relationship. And I mean, this is a spoiler, but at the end of the 8th season, they end up getting married. Oh, so cute. And I always hated it, but like so many people online, like young girls, were obsessed and like writing fan fiction and being like #Ezria couple goals, and I was like, it's okay. And like the TV show just like promoted it and like knew that that's what people wanted, and then just let them get married. So yeah, that's my rant.
I've just read My Dark Vanessa, so anything like teacher student, just like it's obviously like something that like gets under my skin anyway, but now it's fresh in my head. I'm like, oh no. That's one of my issues with Outlander as well. I won't spoil it, but I love that series, like the TV show. Watched it for like so many episodes, but then I stopped watching it because there's like one of the characters gets into a relationship with a man, and this man hits her, but then she goes time traveling and she goes back, and he follows her, and then he like gets kidnapped or whatever, and she's doing everything she can to get him back. And I'm like, this guy was literally abusive, like he is horrible, and you're like trying to get him back and like making everyone else feel like shit because your abusive boyfriend is like somewhere in this world. It just couldn't deal with it, and I haven't watched Outlander ever since, which is really sad because I love that show, but I just hate his character. It's like, you know, when someone forces you to like do something you don't want to do as well, it's like that sort of thing. That's how it starts. And then I don't know, there might be a storyline to it, it might get resolved, I don't know, but the way it was in those few episodes, I just didn't agree with it at all. I thought it was kind of shitty of them to post about that, like to actually film something like that. So
what were they making it out like they were a couple that they wanted the audience to root for?
I think so, because she was like, the girl was like dead set on like, no, we need to find him, like I love him, whatever. I'm like,
yeah, because I would understand if it was like to do with a storyline on like abuse or like Stockholm syndrome, that sort of.
Yeah, but she ran away from him. That's why she like goes after her family, whatever. And I think it was to also like get away, because she like wrote this note like, I'm going, don't follow me. And then he follows her and she's like, oh no, what do I do now? And I'm like, oh, just leave him. Like, tough shit.
So I've never seen it.
Yeah, if anyone actually knows if that storyline gets better, resolved, anything, please let me know, because I love Outlander. I love that sort of thing. It just really, really irked me, and now I just don't want to watch it.
And there are so many other things.
Carys and I are proud.
Yeah.
We're like,
no Pretty Little Liars, no Outlander.
I really enjoyed The Witcher. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna absolutely love it. I think I just want Tom to watch it with me, and Tom's like, nah. I'll definitely watch it soon though. Enjoying it, but it's different from the first one. Not as creepy so far. Sort of viewing it as like a companion novel, but not sure. See how it goes. Cool. Been making very early dinners on Friday. Thank you. We honestly normally go on for like hours, so have your dinner whenever. Don't stop on our account. I am just plugging you in because it's My laptop's gonna die.
We don't want to repeat of last week, me just here. Be off the room.
I'll leave you to take it for a while. I'll just pop off. I'm so shiny and red. What is wrong with me? I'm getting wound up about women's rights and bloody people. I love enchiladas, but not had them in ages. I'm not doing anything fancy. It's literally like one of those little kits that you can get. You know, you can get like old El Paso tortilla thing, whatever. That's all it is. Nothing fancy. But I do love them. Is this your
No, it's Drag Race, the US one, the current one.
Oh, right. I've not started watching that yet. That is why I'm confused.
Yeah, they're not my favourites either. That's all I will say.
Okay, I'm excited to watch it.
Because she wears the same like colours every single time, and no one says anything to her.
Oh my gosh! Can we talk about what is she even called? Oh my god! The one, Aiden.
Oh, with the
flipping corset and the little pom-poms, and she's like, yeah, I'm done. What? Oh my god, there's always that one queen, isn't there, where you look at them and then the judges are like, yeah, you look awful, could have put more effort in, but you're safe, it's fine, hun. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, they definitely have their favourites, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But I always feel like I switch opinions. It's like, I don't know, I feel like I start off liking some, and then as the series goes on, I'm like, oh, I don't like you anymore, like, and then I have like a full 180, but I don't know. But again, RuPaul's been doing this for so long, I feel like he knows. I agree that they're hit and miss, but when they're good, I really love the queens. Also, didn't love any of the UK queens like I do the US queens, but if you said it's your favourite, I will watch it. Yeah, we're all going to put this pressure on you now, Carys. If you don't like it, we're coming to your tag video and we're going to have a rant in the comments.
Leave it a dislike, everyone.
Hey, that still counts as some sort of interaction, so it's fine. We love the dislikes. We don't love dislikes. Please like the videos. It's really horrible to dislike. I feel that hole in my heart too. Why was it only 9 episodes? Why? What was I talking about?
I was just thinking this.
I feel like I remember, but I don't remember. WandaVision, I think.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Honestly, it takes me so long to get through the comments that by the time I actually catch up, I'm like so confused. I get told that PLL doesn't hold up to a rewatch. Well, from what Carys has said, probably not if you know what happens.
It's all on BBC iPlayer now, though, and the other day I was like, oh, maybe I should rewatch it. And then I was like, that is when you know, Carys, that your life has hit a new low.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Have you watched Gossip Girl?
No. There are so many other shows like Pretty Little Liars that I think I would have enjoyed if I'd have watched them around the same time, but just...
It's just because my sister bought the box set. Like, she loves them. She's like 4 years younger than me. And she bought the box set a while ago and like watched them, loved them. But again, I haven't, because I feel like it's something that would be the same sort of thing where it's like very cringy and then it wraps up all nice and like...
I know who it is though, Gossip Girl. Like, I know the ending, so I feel like...
Wasn't that a massive thing where like Twitter like blew up a few years ago or something when this is all going down? I feel like I've seen a spoiler, but I won't know it's a spoiler until I'm watching it, and I'm not sure if I ever will watch it.
Yeah,
I'll just watch it for Blake Lively because that woman is amazing.
It feels like a big commitment. Like, there's so many seasons, but yeah. I'm very much a Pretty Little Liars gal. But I went from Skins, I was obsessed with Skins, and then the next thing that I was obsessed with was Pretty Little Liars, and I feel like that's sort of like the wrong way round. Like,
yeah,
Pretty Little Liars is for a younger audience than Skins.
I've never watched Skins, and it's one that I hear referred like all the time, and I'm like, I need to get in on this. But my series, I think, was Misfits. Have you watched that?
No.
Oh my god, that was the best series ever. I just love that series so much. And then I think that and Skins are like similar, but I'm not too sure.
I think so. But that's probably why I never watched it, because I always thought, oh, I love Skins so much, like I don't think it's gonna.
Anything else is crap.
I literally had a blog, like my Tumblr was a Skins Tumblr. Cool.
Yeah, because the actress in that is the one in Maze Runner, isn't she? And like Ted Bundy film and all that. Yeah, I kind of want to see. And Gilly from Game of Thrones is in it as well.
Oh yeah. In the because it like changes every 2 seasons. So seasons 1 to 4, I would recommend. Seasons 5 and 6 are skippable.
Oh, okay. I probably would watch them all just to say I've watched them all and then like leave them. Oh, right, that's cool. Yeah, it's one I feel like I missed out on and I definitely do want to watch. I feel like that'd be cool, so I might do. I feel like that would go. Oh my god, I swear I didn't see this comment before bringing up Gossip Girl. But I don't know who the characters are for that, sorry. OMG, The Vampire Diaries, binged the first like 6 series, though they definitely went downhill after like season 4. And I went to the Vampire Diaries convention and met some of the cast, and I can't bring myself to finish it. Oh my gosh, the feels, because I don't actually know how many seasons there are. I think I got up to season 6. Possibly, is there more? I'm not sure, but like again, the storyline it just felt flat, and like it felt like we weren't actually going anywhere. So I stopped watching it, but then I switched to the originals for a bit, and I really liked that. But then I just never carried on. And the originals, the only reason I watched that is because Emma and Cleo from H2O were in it, and I love them. H2O is a series I will just keep binge watching. I think it's one of the most amazing shows ever. Fight me.
I haven't seen it. I've only seen the TikToks of people being like, Emma, the condensation.
You've not watched H2O. Oh my god, Carys, you've missed out on the.
I didn't have any of the good channels as a child.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, Tom's like that. I always talk about stuff and he's like, no, I just had Freeview. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god, H2O is on Netflix. I feel like you would absolutely love that, but I haven't rewatched it in a while. Oh, it's the best.
Okay.
And it's just sparked up because I recently saw a picture of Emma and Cleo, the girls that play them. And obviously in H2O, they're like 16, 18. I'm not actually sure how old they are, but now they're still best friends because they've been in another TV show called The Originals. And they've both, I'm not sure if they both have kids or if they just still like interact with each other, but there was a picture the other day of both of them with like the kids, and I was like, oh my god.
That's sweet.
So yeah, sorry, that's my spiel for this little talking section. Watched PLL for 8 whole years, and for what? Oh no, this is what Carys was saying.
Lee, I feel for you.
Yeah, I feel like it sucks, doesn't it? It sucks to put so much time and effort into a series and anticipating it for it to just flop. Again, though, that's how I felt with Game of Thrones. I binged the first series of Game of Thrones on Christmas Day because someone bought me the box set, and then ever since then, loved it, absolutely hooked. And then the last season made me so
Thrones either, so
it
happens at the end though. So
oh dear. To be fair, I'd still rewatch it. I feel like it's just one of the best shows, but because the directors got asked to do a load of different things for like Marvel and things like that, I think they just wanted to finish that out and then move on with their careers, which is kind of understandable. But again, if you've put like 8, 9 years, 10 years of your life into it, I feel like you should close that out properly. If you don't mind me asking, did you have any side effects after the Oxford vaccine? I remember you mentioning it. Yes. Oh, you got it today. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say. I'm very bad when it comes to anything health-wise. If I get hit with something, I normally do struggle a lot more than the average person. My immune system's just really not great. I had a headache from the moment that I got the vaccine. I was doing a live and I think I said a few times that my head was hurting. And then around 6 o'clock at night, I started feeling very ill. I got, again, just very bad headache, but it was like a constant thing then. Like it's one where, you know, when you just can't really feel like you can open your eyes. And I kept getting really cold flushes and I had about like 5 layers on and a hot water bottle at one point and I just could not get warm. But it's one, I wasn't shaking, it was just all like inside. So I just had to lie there with like all these layers on. And then when I went to sleep, I got hot flushes. So I couldn't sleep because I was just really restless with it. But it only lasted for that period. So like 6 till however long it took me to go to sleep. When I woke up, I felt fine, just had a headache still. And other than that, my arm is still hurting a week later, which we love. But yeah, those were my main ones. But everyone does say that you get flu-like symptoms anyway. Again, I just feel like I got the brunt of it.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's fine for you. It shouldn't be too bad. Just take paracetamol and painkillers. That's what I did, and it was kind of fine. So
Which one is the Oxford one? Is it?
That's the one I got. It's not. They say the Pfizer one's better, and I did kind of want the Pfizer one. But the Pfizer one now, I think there's like a shortage of it, so they're trying to like give everyone the second dose of it that had the first one, and then I think they're going to move on. The Oxford one is apparently the one that has blood clots, or that creates blood clots, I should say. So yeah.
That's what my parents had as well. Then.
What was it? Oh, I thought they had the Pfizer for some reason.
Yeah,
I actually said, but mine had for some reason. I thought
but they were fine. Well, they were sort of cold. That's what they said. I guess like what you were saying, they felt like really cold on, especially my dad on the next day. But I mean, they still went out and like were able to like go for a walk and all that sort of stuff. But they didn't really.
Yeah. Again, it hits everyone different. I know, like I said, when I get ill, I get ill. So I was expecting it, but the headache for me started like pretty much as soon as I got it, and it didn't stop until probably like Monday-ish. But obviously not much you can do. Just like you've had the vaccine now, power through, and then you'll definitely feel fine. Hopefully it's just like a couple of hours like it was for me. But I think you can feel when you start getting a bit affected by it, because I said to Tom straight away, like, I don't feel right. But it hadn't quite hit me then, and then all of a sudden it just hit me. So just make sure, tuck yourself up in bed, get to sleep as early as you can, knock yourself out with some paracetamol, and hopefully you're good. Like, obviously you see me now, I'm my chaotic self, feeling a lot better, dreading the second one, but we're all gonna get it. So yeah, it is fine. I hope you feel okay. If you have any questions or anything, just message me on Twitter or something. I will definitely answer. Anyway, my fun small famous person link is that PLL's Lucy Hale's grandmother plays the piano at my church. I love Lucy Hale. Honestly, she's in A Cinderella Story, and like, I love that film. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Oh my god, have you? Whoa, one that we've actually
film that I've seen. Yeah, I have.
Oh, my sister bought it on DVD and I watched it with her. Oh my god, I was obsessed. I didn't realize she could sing. So then I went on like iTunes and downloaded all of her songs. And she's like a country singer, which I really do like. So I love Lucy Hale. Oh yeah, Claire also had the Oxford vaccine last Friday. Really exhausted the day after, took regular paracetamol from Friday evening, fine from Sunday. Yeah, I think it's just like a short-term effect of it. I was expecting to be out for the count on Sunday. I was not planning on doing anything, but I felt fine for the majority of it, to be fair. Just, again, just the headache, but I get headaches quite a lot anyway, so that again just might be me. Thanks for letting me know. Cool. Yeah, I hope you feel better for it and for your exam. Definitely take this weekend to like step back, chill, look after yourself. But I hope it all goes well for you. I'll update you if I like it or not. I think that's Drag Race, wasn't it? Yeah. Love that. Plan to rest for, yeah, that's what I did. I set aside a whole weekend. And I even told my mentor in the school that I might phone in ill on Monday, but obviously I felt well enough to go in. So you're the one that can judge how you feel. So do what's best for you. Yeah, I feel like I need to watch this, but I don't know if it'll ever happen. I feel like for me, the thought of diving into like a trashy, romancy sort of thing, not appealing, but as soon as I start watching it, I'm like obsessed.
Yeah.
Emily in Paris?
No, I didn't watch it.
No, I haven't, but I love Lily Collins, and I feel like if I start watching it, I won't want to stop, so I just haven't. Love Skins, still do, even with all its flaws.
Yeah.
I love chatting about shows. Yes! Oh my god, nothing will ever top that for me. Oh, it's just perfection. It's got Robert Sheehan in it and Iwan Treyon. Robert Sheehan is like well known. He's in The Umbrella Academy. He also played Simon in the Mortal Instruments film, if anyone knows that. And Iwan Treyon is the one who plays, oh my god, I'm blanking on his name, Ramsay Bolton in Game of Thrones. And it's just such a good series. It's so funny. It's about like a group of kids somehow getting like superhero powers, but like again, they're all misfits, obviously, hence the name. And obviously you see like all the trials of that and like the friendship, and it's if I'm being honest, I love Pretty Little Liars. I've rewatched it over 10 times, but I know what you mean with the plot hole and the inappropriate relationship. As long as you know that it's kind of inappropriate, then that's fine. I was really disappointed with who.
Yeah, it was a really shit ending. And also a horse literally figured out who the villain was. And that's one of the like ways that you know in the final, because this horse like starts acting crazy around someone, and it's like, oh, yeah,
animals can sense the vibe.
Yeah, literally. And I was like, great, like sat through 8 seasons, and a horse has figured it out.
Why is that? Why is that? It just made me laugh so much. Okay, really, it's fine. I love the originals. I very prefer it to the Vampire Diaries. Ooh, okay. I feel like it's been way too long. I just have to like go back and rewatch everything now. I might do that in summer when I've got time. I feel like I'll need that, like a bit of a cleanse. That'd be great. I know the ending for both shows and don't want to put myself through that pain. Yeah, I hate like ending things. I hate ending series, and I hate ending book series as well. There's a lot of pressure on that last book or season.
Yeah.
And right, like you say, it's just the whole start of it is just irrelevant.
Yeah, I feel like things very rarely live up to my expectations, so maybe I should just lower. I
think that's why I stopped watching Vikings. Like, I feel like I've mentioned that I've been watching Vikings for weeks, and I binged the first half of the last season in like one go, and I just haven't carried on with it because I'm like, no, I can't do it. I can't. Oh, it just scares me. I hate it. I'm watching The Good Doctor now as well, actually. Tom and I started that last night. So good. Have you watched Bates Motel or The Good Doctor? Oh my god, it's got the actor from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Top tier actor. Honestly, Bates Motel is like one of my favorite shows, but it is so creepy. Because obviously, if you know the whole Norman Bates psycho thing, oh my god, he plays it so well. Oh, it's just a messed up series, but I absolutely love it.
I'll get on it.
I feel like you would love it, or you would have done a few years ago. I'm not sure about now, but I go back and rewatch it, and I love it. I used to pretend I was a mermaid in the local swimming pool, so you know. Oh my gosh. Right, sorry, I'm aware we've been talking for like way too long. We have so many comments, and I love conversations like this, so we're just gonna keep going until I hit the end. I watched H2O and Making Mermaids because my daughter was obsessed years ago. This is me and my sister. We'd come home every day from school and just binge watch them. And yeah, we'd always pretend in the local swimming pool that we were like mermaids and in this world, and you know, you'd always be like swimming like that. Oh my god. But yeah, I absolutely love that show. Top tier. Sorry, I've only just appeared tonight. Decided to go crazy and tidy my entire apartment. Wow, Chloe, take a break. Damn. Thanks for joining, though. H2O was great, and seeing mermaids turn into vampires blew childhood me is mine. Yes, I didn't have a clue that they were in there, and then I was watching it, and yeah, they both popped up, and I was like, oh my god. Love H2O so much. Oh my god, amazing. Carys, you need to watch this.
I will.
At least none of us are Supernatural fans. Yeah, wasn't the last season of that awful? I've wanted to watch this and Teen Wolf for years, and I've never done it because, again, I just don't want to start anything and have to commit. But I feel like
Supernatural is a massive commitment. I feel like it's never ending.
Yeah. I feel like Carys from Carys's Library is like obsessed with this series, but then I think she was also like disappointed in the last one, and I'm like, oh, if that's like anything to go off, I probably won't watch it. Like, sorry. But yeah, what is it with all these blooming endings? Makes me laugh that D&D got fired from all the projects they wanted to move on to after Game of Thrones. It's because they rushed the last series and no one liked the last series and everyone was angry. So then everyone was like, we don't want you to do anything anymore because you're shit. Oh, honestly. Oh, someone loves Supernatural. There we are. Love Lucy Hale's album. Yes. She's got a stunning voice. I feel like she should have done more with it. I don't know if she has actually.
I think she was like a singer like first.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. But like, I know I watched like behind the scenes of A Cinderella Story, and they were like, yeah, we needed someone. We cast Lucy Hale, but we didn't actually know that she could sing. And then when she actually went to sing, they were like all blown away by it. So. Also, yes, honestly, I have his song in the film on my phone. I think it's called Knockin' or something. And I'm obsessed. Oh my god, I'm really showing a different side to myself. Bates Motel. Honestly, I'm trying to get Tom to watch it at the minute, and he won't. But
I feel like it's like the sort of thing that would be good around like Halloween.
It is, honestly. It's like, it's so good. It's so creepy, but there's obviously a plot going on throughout the whole thing as well. It's not just like this one person, but the way it's like they genuinely think that they're not doing anything bad. So like whenever there's a chance they might get caught or anything, they just manage not to because they are genuinely convinced that things are fine. Like I'm trying not to spoil it, but oh my god, the last season made me feel sick though because yeah, if you know, you know. I just genuinely felt ill watching it. In the shower, I would pretend I could control water. Like, yeah, you'd stand there like this, or like freezing, or like trying to get water to your mouth and stuff. Oh, good times. Love the first few seasons of Bates Motel, but I never finished it. They just dumped it all on iPlayer though, so might be time to finish it. Yes, please finish it. I got so invested. I think I love Dylan the most actually. I think he's really interesting in it. But it's like, again, so messed up. So I feel like if you've watched it this far, you kind of know the vibe of it. If you don't, brace yourself. Okay, Emily's gone for dinner, so bye, Emily, if you're still here. Teen Wolf is worth it. Oh, okay. Is Styles Dylan O'Brien? Is that his name? I feel like he's the like.
That's the only person that I know who's in it.
Yeah, okay, he's the right one. I feel like him and Logan Lerman, for some reason, always get confused in my head.
Yeah, I think it's Dylan O'Brien who's in Teen Wolf. Now I'm like, is it? I think it
is. I think it is. That's the name that popped into my head. But he just looks fine. She was in the American version of S Club Juniors.
I didn't know there was an American version of S Club Juniors. I loved S Club Juniors. So
wasn't a famous singer in the UK now a part of that? I feel like someone that was in a girl group or something.
Two of the Saturdays, I have sort of not unhealthy, an unnatural level of knowledge about S Club Juniors that I've just retained from my childhood. Yeah, 2 of the Saturdays were in S Club Juniors.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Michelle.
Oh, right. Oh, okay, that's where I've seen them. Cool. I knew that there was something there, but not quite sure what. And yes, cool. Yeah, it is Dylan O'Brien. Cool. I had to check what it was then.
Yeah.
Oh, right. My voice is actually cracking. I don't know if you can hear that, but throughout this, I was like, "Oof, I've drank 2 ciders already. This is well."
I'm just going to be thinking about TV shows now. I'm like, shall I read? Shall I watch an episode of some TV show?
Yeah, do what you want, honestly. I don't think anyone will have a go at you for watching a TV show. Definitely watch H2O though, that's got to be on your list. It is phenomenal.
Okay.
So good.
I will try and watch at least 1 episode before next week so I can tell you.
Honestly, obviously it came out when I was like, I'm trying to think how old I was. I was young. So it's like a very old series, but oh my god, it's just so good. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna stop now. Highly recommend it. Please watch it. And then I'll add this back to stream. Cool. And then do you want to do 45? Sorry, I've just kind of put it up there.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, cool.
Finish.
Also, yeah, it looks like I'm on my phone. I'm listening to an audiobook, so I am consuming some sort of content. It's just through my phone. So yeah. And Carys will finish her book in the sprint, which will be really good.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm excited to hear what you think of it. Right, I'm gonna start this now. See you in a bit.
In a bit.
You look like you're having a good time.
I didn't finish, so
Yeah. Oh no.
I got distracted and I was eating pizza.
Fair enough.
As
I was gonna ask if you were having pizza. I feel like you always have pizza.
Yeah, I think my parents have started having it because it's just like easy to do on a Friday, and because they know I'm doing this, it's like, oh well, we can do that, and it's like easy for me to eat as well.
I always feel bad when I see you like trying to eat. I'm like, oh bless. Oh gosh.
But yeah, I was doing that, and then I mean, I could have listened to my audiobook at the same time, but I didn't really want to start that one because I'm so close to the end of this. So I've got 5 pages, so I will definitely finish it today.
Oh, I'm so excited.
But yeah, I don't know how it's going to all wrap up. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's going to be like open-ended, because it's sort of like going back and forth between. It's not like one chapter in the past and one chapter in the present, but she's always like interjecting with things that have happened in the past, like to do with her brother and stuff. Because, I mean, it's on the blurb that her brother like died of an overdose, so that like that's in her past, and now she's like a scientist and she's working in like that sort of field, like figuring out things to do with addiction. So it's sort of like seeing how all the stories sort of come together.
That sounds really interesting, though. It sounds sad.
Yeah, it is in places, but yeah, I don't know how it's all going to wrap up. So
in 5 pages.
Oh, in 5 pages.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, good luck. I am just looking more and more like a tomato. I don't know why. It might be because I'm just having a drink. I don't know. I don't know. I've brought up a cider and I forgot to open the bottle, so I've texted Tom being like, "Can you bring up the bottle opener?" But I don't think he's going to. So it might be good that I'm like slowing down for a sec. But I actually listened to quite a bit then. I think I definitely needed it on 2 speed. We found out the issue there, which is good. But I'm on page 453, I think. Again, I'm trying to I followed along with the audiobook for a while, but then again, I just keep getting distracted, so I can never actually tell where I am. I just know which chapter I'm in. So around there. So I read about 40 odd pages or listened to, so I feel like that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's good.
So yeah, I'm really enjoying it, but it's like everything's happening now and it's getting so intense, but there's still like 100 pages to go, I think. This book is massive. Like, I didn't think it was that big. I think the other ones are like 300-400 pages, and this one's like, how much is this? Just over 500, I think. 522.
That's big. It's like you say, meant to be sort of anyone can read it, like kids and stuff as well. I don't think I'd want to sit through that many pages.
That's why I like the audiobook, because it's like a full cast and it has the sound effects. It's just so good. Like, it genuinely is like so good. But I feel like I've missed quite a bit whilst driving, because obviously you have to concentrate on the road when driving. And sometimes you're like, oh, I kind of missed what was going on, but then you can't skip back because you're driving. So I've kind of like shot myself in the foot there a bit with this one, but I am really enjoying it. I just love Philip Pullman's writing, which is weird because I read the first book about 3-4 years ago and I gave it 3 or 4 stars, and then I reread it last year in like November, December, and I fell in love with it. I gave it 5 stars and I'm like, whoa, this is weird. But I feel like you have to be in some sort of like mindset or something for this book, because it's like,
yeah,
it's a weird one. It's a difficult one.
So I don't know if I've read any Philip Pullman. I definitely haven't read those ones. I feel like this one about is the one about like a scarecrow. I feel like I've read something, but that might be a different Philip. At primary school. Hang on, let me Google it.
I actually have no idea. There might be.
Yeah, there is a book called The Scarecrow and His Servant. Yeah, because his head is like a turnip. I'm just seeing the cover now and it's coming back to me.
I was going to say, like, I'm sure he's written other things outside of this world, but I feel like because these books were so popular. Oh my god, that is creepy. Because these books were so popular, I think he's just stuck with it. I am going to search that up now. What's it called?
The Scarecrow and His Servant. I think it was one we did as like a class in primary school. It's only 68. Oh, is it only 68 pages?
Oh, mine's got a different cover on here. Still looks equally as terrifying though.
I don't know why he's got a turnip for a head.
Oh my god, that is so weird.
Yeah.
I'm very intrigued about this now, but like
it might have been one. It was either like a class one we did as like a year 6 class, or I had to read it for like. Did you ever do the book quiz? Is that a thing where you are? We did this like inter-school book quiz where all the schools in our like area got to enter, and there was like different age categories. So where every like age range, so there'd be like year 5 and 6, year 7 and 8, and every like year 5 and 6 team, like you all had to read the same like 4 or 5 books, and then it was like an inter-school competition with like questions on all of the books.
That sounds amazing. No, I've never had anything like that. I feel deprived.
I don't know if it was just a thing around here, but I did it when I was at primary school, and I did it in year 8, but I didn't get to do it in year 7 because the woman from our school library came round to all the classrooms, like asking all our form groups if anyone wanted to be in it. And I was in the flipping library at the time, taking my books back or something. So I missed out and they wouldn't let me be on the team and I had to be the reserve. And I was so annoyed because I was like, I'm the only person that uses the library service out of all of these people. Not that I'm still bitter about that or anything.
Oh, you'd never say that.
Yeah, and you know what? My team, because there was like 7 form groups and we did it in our class, like in our school first, to find the winning team from our school, and then that form then got to go and represent our school against like all the other schools, and my form was in like the final of the one just in our school, and I was the reserve, so I got to go and see it, and they lost, and I knew the answer to the question that they lost on. So if I would have been on the team, then you would be looking at a champion. But
you are so bitter, and I love it. Like that is exactly how I would react to that. To be fair, I don't blame you at all. I would get so annoyed. That is ridiculous.
But it was always a good time. I think we read that for that, and we did like.
Oh, okay.
I had to read the first Percy Jackson book for that, and I can't remember what else. I think I read 101 Dalmatians.
Oh, sorry for laughing. My cat's down here. She's having a really good time. Oh, have I just disturbed her? I'm sorry. I think she hates me, you know. Yeah, she's turning away. She's like, nah, not for me.
No cameras, please.
Yeah, she's just so antisocial. Like any form of like socializing, she hates. She's playing with my watch now, though, so she'll be entertained. But yeah, I was like shocked that she's come up here. She's done it. Oh, she's knocked my watch off. She's done it a few times now, where like she comes up to the book room and just like has a good time here. So I'm just letting her get on with her stuff. She's really old, and because we've got the dog, I feel like she just likes having her own space.
Yeah. She's like, I'm safe in here.
Yeah, she like owns the conservatory because that's where her food and her litter is, and then we have a baby gate to the kitchen, so she is like safe there. She's got her own little thing, but obviously we let the dog out to go pee and stuff, so she always runs through, and you can see her get really annoyed. She just looks at the dog like and the dog will never like go for her if she's looking at her, but as soon as the cat turns her back and like walks off or something, then the dog will like pounce. She's just, yeah, she's a coward. So I think Tut's just likes chilling. Yeah. She's really old though. She's like 14, so I don't blame her. Sorry, cat content there. Nobody asked for it, but you got it. I don't actually know where I was. I think it was around here. And this has definitely started, so I think Charlotte will have gone. So.
Yeah, I watched like the first 5 minutes of it. I was like, because I was eating my tea and I was like, hi everyone. And Charlotte was like, oh, I hope your sprint's going well. And Charlotte was like, well, she's on here, so I would say she's not reading. Just expose me, that's fine.
I'm the same. I'm always like on Twitter or something. Like, we always get exposed. It's fine.
Comments normally.
And that one, there was like, trying to get off Twitter, you should be reading. I was like, oh my God. Okay, right. Let's do it. Hi. Oh no, I'm back with only 5 minutes to go. That sucks. Don't worry, we'll be doing another sprint in a bit, probably. I think Tom's actually cooking tea. I went down and it was like, preheat the oven, and I was like, oh damn, I'm just gonna have to go up for a bit. I'm hoping he's put tea in, but we'll see. Hi Emily. Only 2 minutes left, so I might not read anything. And then she put, update. I read 3 pages. Nice. After having watched the last episode, I did read even more with the winner. Oh, I'm so intrigued by this. I need to watch it. But then I've got like 2 seasons to catch up on now, so probably won't watch it anytime soon. No. I read 23 pages. I'm a really slow reader. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. I feel like it depends on the book as well. It's definitely like not you as a reader. I feel like some stories do take longer to read as well.
Yeah, and I actually think it's such a skill to be able to sit and just read, because I always say I can read about a page a minute, but very rarely do I actually read like 45 pages in 45 minutes, because I do not concentrate on just reading for that amount of time.
I don't.
I'm not looking at my phone, like I'll spend half a page I'll spend like 2 minutes staring at a page and be like, well, I haven't read anything. Don't know what I've been going off in my brain.
I'm exactly the same. And I always feel like I use it as a reward. I'm like, okay, if I sit down now and read like 2 chapters, I can go on my phone for a bit, and then I end up going on my phone for about 2 hours because I'm like, oh, I need to catch up on a few videos. Like I haven't commented on some. I'll go through and watch and comment. And then it's like 2 hours later. Also, excuse this, it's doing like a really weird thing right now. I don't know why it's saying weird, but
I don't think anyone had noticed. And now you're just like drawing attention to it.
Oh my God, I feel like it just looked really weird. It looks so loose when I'm sitting down, but I might take it off in a minute because, again, my face is very red.
I feel like I've got quite red. I think it was that rant about the book. It's really...
That is still, to this day, I think that's going to haunt you for life. I have a few things like that where I'm like, I'm never going to forget that.
Never getting over it.
That is brilliant. We didn't do that, but we did accelerated reading, and we had a scoreboarding class, and it was a competition between our class, and 1 year it was themed different each term. That's so cool. Do you know what I absolutely love, and I never got in school? In this school, when you go in, I think it starts at like 10 to 9 in the morning, and then you literally like go grab your book, you sit down and you read until 9:30. And oh my God, I never used to do that, but like the teacher will like call some of them over and like listen to them read, and I think that's just really nice. And then at the end as well, from 3 till 15:15, the teacher actually reads out a book.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my God, I'm so jealous. I could murder that right now. Yeah, basically the teacher just stands there like reading out the book to the class, and I have such a good time listening to it. I missed yesterday because I've got a uni day on Thursday, and I'm so annoyed because I missed a massive chunk of like the story. That never happened in my
Add
school.
that to your Goodreads.
Yeah. Oh my god, I could. Honestly though, like I never had anything like that. Like, yes, we were told to read and stuff, but like I feel like starting off the day like that and then ending with like a different form of reading. Oh my god, I just think it's so nice.
I can't remember if we did anything like that. I can only really remember doing like sitting down and half an hour of reading sort of thing. And then we had a like teaching assistant who we used to go like one at a time, like once a week we'd have to go and read out loud to her, which always used to be fun.
I honestly don't remember anything like that. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to take this off in a second. Yeah, I think we had, don't know if you had it, but we had a load of set books and they were all like stickered and you had different levels, and I was always like, I'm at the top level.
Oh, we definitely had that in the younger years. But I remember being in year 6 and doing my like having to go and read out loud to this woman, and I always used to be so stressed that there'd be like a swear word or like what I thought was a swear word or like bloody or anything like that.
Yeah.
I used to be like, and sometimes I'd like see it coming up and I'd be like, yeah. But yeah, in my when I was at secondary school as well, because I was a user of the library, as we've already established, there was like a group of us who our like school library connected with our local library, and we were allowed to, they basically gave us a budget of like £1,000 and we got to spend like £1,000 to buy books for the library, and that was fun.
Oh my god, see, I was thinking that today. I was like, I've seen all these kids and they're reading like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like those fairy story things, like a lot of those types of books, and I'm like, I read a load of middle grade. Like I have so many good books that these kids could read and they would absolutely love them, but like I'm not just going to go out and spend like £100 of my own money to buy books. And I'm like, how do I like bring it up? Do I bring it up? Do I just leave it? Because they've got a load of books, but it's all the same sort of like thing, like stereotypical books that you see. And I'm like, oh my god, they love this book that the teacher's reading out, and it's like a fantasy sort of thing. It's like I think it's called Shadow Forest. And they love it, and I'm like, oh my god, I have so many good books that you guys would like, but I feel like I can't say it. Or oh,
I don't know how. I don't know. I think there's loads of like teachers and stuff that you could probably follow on Twitter though. That like, because I always see people like teachers talking about loads of middle grades and like the sort of middle grades that you read and stuff, and how they've sort of recommended them to their class. So they probably, like, if you find them on Twitter, they might have ideas.
Yeah, I just think like, again, you just don't want it to be a chore. Like you want them to have a good time with it, but I feel like the stories, the stereotypical stories that kids tend to enjoy, it's like moved on so much. I feel like they would just love some sort of stories and not others. And I'm like, oh, I want to buy him Frost Heart. I want to buy him Ink Heart. Like such good books, but I'm like, oh, I can't bring it up. I feel like I'd just have to like buy myself new copies and like give my old ones to the school or something.
Yeah, just like make a mini library for your classroom.
Oh my god, yeah, but that's the thing. I'm leaving this class in like 10 weeks, so I'm like, I don't like to invest in it. But then again, like if I ever have a class, hopefully in a few years, I want to like have that. I feel like that's just nice, but yeah, it's just, I just think it's so nice. Like, they just love the story. They get so excited. I just think it's such a nice thing. And I've never seen a teacher like read out a whole book before. You know, like a dedicated chunk of time each day to actually read a story. I should get so invested. The teacher's like, you were saying to me, I get really embarrassed like reading books out because I do all the voices and this, that, and the other. And it's honestly brilliant. And I said to him, like, I could listen to you all day, just like sit there, take it all in. And that's why I love audiobooks. I think it's so nice to actually hear a story being acted out. It's just
going to make like the sort of kids who don't already enjoy reading, who think it's not cool or whatever, that's probably what's going to make them like enjoy it, having it like fun, rather than a teacher who just stood there being like, so I'm reading this book today.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like you can see that some of them are a bit uncomfortable in the morning, you know, just sitting there reading or like having to go up and read a little bit with the teacher. I feel like just sitting back and listening to a story is just like so good. And yeah, sorry, I just wanted to mention that because I don't remember getting anything like that in school. And I just think it's really important and I really like it. And I'm going to do it when I be a teacher. When I be a teacher, when I become a teacher. Words. Read 23 pages of House of Earth and Blood. Oh my gosh. Love that book. It's a reread. I'm due a reread. I'm definitely going to read it before the next one comes out, but it's a chunky one, so I'm putting it off for now. I'm always asking for cat content. She's oh gosh, I'm trying not to knock things. She is kind of looking now. We'll see if she she's so confused. Yeah. I think she probably wants like food or something, which is why she's here. Oh. Bless her. But yeah, there you are. You've seen my cat and my dog now. Not in the same live, but I've got videos of my dog if you're interested.
Oh my god, I saw the picture of Kiwi after being in the house by herself.
No, Carys is even worse today. Tom was home today and she instead, you know, oh, I haven't shown the skirting. She's basically eaten the skirting by the door. So we put a ball there, which she doesn't like because it's like a noisy one. So if it moves, it goes like, and she hates it. So we put that there thinking, okay, she won't bite it anymore. She's reached over the ball and bit the wall. So she's chewed through our wall.
Oh my god. Well, she's very clever.
Yeah.
But
she was only by herself for an hour this morning because Tom had a bath and stuff while she was there because we're trying to train her to be in the kitchen so that when we leave for like 6 hours, she's like okay with it. Oh my god, she chewed the whole wall. I say the whole wall, not the whole wall, but she chewed the wall. And Tom left her there to go to the co-op to buy something, came back and she chewed the whole puppy pad like she'd done in that photo. She just trying to send a message. But yeah, I feel like I can't get angry at her though because I'm like, she's been stuck to us for weeks. Like us disappearing for hours is gonna be stressful. But like,
yeah, I guess the situation at the moment doesn't help because I guess normally you might pop out for in the past, like, you know, for whatever, coffee.
Yeah, you'd go other places and like. Yeah, you'd be out, wouldn't you? You wouldn't constantly be at home. But like, I kind of like that because obviously we got to like bond with her and train her a bit. But now the separation thing is really difficult. So, yeah, not fun. But I don't know what we could do. I think we're gonna buy her like a really big bed so that because she's chewed her bed, so she hasn't got anything to lie on. So she's probably being like restless and trying to move around. Stuff. I don't know. So yeah, I love her, but oh my flipping god, she is a nightmare. And then this cat just does nothing but sit on the sofa all day. She stares outside. If the neighborhood cats come in, she's whacking them off. She waits there and she hides, and as soon as a cat pops in, because we leave the back door open for most times, she will go crazy. She'll like attack them, chase them away, and she's like 14 and she's not like, she struggles to jump up on the sofa now, but like she gets so angry when cats come to the garden, don't you? So yeah. She just stands guard all day and she doesn't really do anything. Do you? Ooh. 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 Look at her still going. Bless her. I love her. Right. Oh, my Wi-Fi thing's come off, so if I go a bit blurry, sorry. Technical issues. Oh, sorry. I missed that. I was trying to read and had the song Without You stuck in my head and couldn't fully concentrate. I meant to ask where that top was from. I adore it. So this one?
I don't know.
No, it looks very frumpy right now because I'm sat down, but this was actually from Asda. I think my mum got it for me. I'm not sure if it was in a sale or something, but my mum's very much the type of person that goes to supermarkets and has a browse in the clothing section, which I never do, but they do always tend to have some good stuff there. So yeah, that's where this is from. If you're talking about Carys's, it's from Joni.
Yeah, Joni Clothing online, but I got it on Depop. I don't know if it's still on there.
Probably not, but Depop's always good. I go into massive like Depop holes though. As soon as I start looking, it's a dangerous business.
You know what? Yesterday or the day before, I bought this book. Well, I was looking for a book on Depop because my friend's doing like a book club, and I was like, oh, I want to buy it to read along, and I was like, I'll get it from Depop, and it wasn't on there, so I bought it new, and then the day after I went on Depop, and I didn't even like search for that specific book. I just searched for like book, just the word book, and it was there, and I was like, great. Could have saved £5.
I honestly hate that. It's my gripe with books and stuff. Like, I'm still bitter about the fact that I bought the Richard Osman book that I keep mentioning in these videos. I only said this last week, but I bought it in Waterstones because I'd seen it around and I was like, well, whilst I'm in Waterstones, I might as well buy it. And it's not even exclusive. Like, fair enough if it was an exclusive edition, but it's just standard. I paid £15 for this. Yeah. And it is in literally, I went to Tesco, I think, afterwards, and it was £5 in Tesco. I paid £10 more.
Yeah, I was going to say I saw it in Asda yesterday.
I'm fuming. Like, I'm genuinely so angry at myself because I do tend to go to Tesco just when I know there's like a new release and it's going to be quite popular because they do tend to have deals. Like the Ruth Ware books are always like a £5. And I didn't think, and I'm so angry at myself.
I do love Depop though for that, but I feel like people do sell just normal books. I'm not talking about like exclusives or anything, but just normal books. They sell them for so much. Some things.
Yeah. Sorry, kind of.
I was gonna say I've seen ones on there that are like spine fully cracked, like pages all turned down, and they're like good condition, £5 plus postage, and I'm like, well, I can get it new for that much.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's the only thing I hate with Depop is like it's because Depop takes a fee. So like if you sell it, then they take 10% of it, and then obviously if you have to pay for postage and stuff. So like I have books on there that I want to sell for like £2, but because Depop takes a fee out of that, I have to like ramp it up a tiny bit, and then obviously postage gets added because I'm not given free postage. Like, yeah, because then I have to pay it, and it's not worth selling the book. But then it just nobody wants it because I wouldn't want it. Like, I would much prefer to buy a new book for cheaper. Like, no one's gonna buy secondhand books for over £5.
Yeah, I think most of the books that I've sold on there, because I sold quite a few. Like a few weeks ago, actually, I made like £100. We love that. Yeah, because I got rid of so many things. But like most of the ones that I sold, I would say people tended to buy like 3 or 4 at a time because I said that I'd send like 4 for one lot of postage because it's like 2 kg you can send for like £3.50 or whatever it is. So then I feel like people think, oh, it works out better because it's only like £1.
Yeah, exactly.
Each one, like £1 of postage for each one. So
right, okay. Yeah, my exclusive editions, they're obviously a bit more expensive because like I'm not gonna sell them for a standard price when it's a lot of stuff that I've had in boxes and I've spent £40 on the box and then I don't end up liking it, but I've got to make some sort of like not profit, but like I feel weird. Like it's a whole thing. They're never anything crazy. Like I think the max is like £20 unless everyone is looking for a book like that, and then maybe I'll like bump it up. But just the standard books, I feel like it's so difficult to try and sell because like you said, unless you offer a deal or something, no one's gonna buy them.
I tend to buy when I'm buying on there. I tend to get things that I like. I know that I wouldn't see in like a charity shop because there's some books that I see on there. People are selling them for like £5-6, and I'm like, that will be as soon as the charity shops are open, that will be there. And charity shops only sell books for like £1 normally. If a book's £2 in a charity shop, I'm like, that's a bit pricey. But on Depop, it's like, I don't know why it's different.
That's like when you go into Primark and a top is £10 and you're like, that's ridiculously expensive, when like you'd pay double that price in any other shop. So I get that. I completely get that. When I was older, my school introduced some point system for years 7 to 9, and once you hit 100k points, you went on the chartboard. My brother never got on it, so me and my friend would always put a star with his name on the board and put him as the highest scoring. You're so nice. I would have like such a go at my sister if she didn't do that. I'd be like, you suck. When I was in the first year of my old high school, even though I've always been good at reading, my teacher said I was bad at reading. I had to do 20 minutes of paired reading. Well, they should never say that you're bad at reading. Like,
that's the sort of thing that will put people off. If someone said that to me, I'd be like, well, I'm never going to read again then.
I feel like, right, people struggle, but it might be a load of different factors. Like, you might just not like reading aloud. You might not like reading in front of that specific person. Do you know what I mean? There's like a lot of things. I don't feel comfortable like reading aloud to people. I find that still really weird. But I don't know, that, yeah, they shouldn't have said that. That's like really bad. Reading it right now. Don't know what that was. I felt like I was missing out because my friends would talk about what happened in registration class and I wouldn't know what they were going on about. But no, my guidance teacher, who is an English teacher at my school that I've been at for 4 years now, always says that she doesn't know why they did that because I'm good at reading. Exactly. I just feel like it's confidence issues as well. Confidence issue. Like, some people just don't like doing stuff like that, and it's like completely fine. Even in like, if you had to read out loud, I'd always get a bit like jittery. Like, I loved reading out loud then because I was like, I felt quite all right in my English. I felt like I was quite strong in my reading as opposed to other people. But still, it made me get like really nervous, and it's just not the nice.
Yeah. It's such a weird thing to like think that people can be good or bad at. Like, I don't really understand how, because there's people who might be like dyslexic or have like difficulties, but that doesn't mean that they're bad at reading. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And it might be the book as well. Like,
yeah, there's so many.
There's a load of different things. I'm sorry that happened. I'm glad that this teacher said that you're good at reading because, I just find it weird. If you feel comfortable picking up a book, reading it, you understand what's going on, that's fine. That's all you need. And then my mum just called me down saying, Emily, it's your spoof. And I go down and it's the comic relief Bridget Jones all by myself. I love that. That's so random. I hate reading out loud, and I was shy then, and people that were doing it with us were in the last year at school, so it was intimidating. Yeah, we got asked to do that. I think it was like in year 10 onwards, where they were like reading buddies sort of thing, where you'd go to the library in the morning or at lunchtime and sit with someone and help them read. But I never did it for that fact. I felt like, this sounds awful, but like I felt like it would be intimidating. But then again, now I'm like, I should have probably done it so another kid could have had the chance to but like, I don't know. It's just, I find it a weird thing. Like, obviously we need to improve our literacy skills. It's important, but like, you should never feel bad about struggling to read.
Yeah.
Because like Carys said, there might be so many different factors. There might be something you don't even know. Like, you might not know that you're dyslexic or something for years, but because someone's told you you're not good at it just feels like you're just doing bad. Yeah, it's like, it's just, I don't know. I feel very weird about it. I feel like teachers should they should read with the children individually, and then also the teachers, like mine's doing, just read out to the class so that you can all experience the story. You're all having a good time, you know what's going on, and there's no issues.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it should be more about just like encouraging and enjoyment of books and reading, because if you have that sort of atmosphere, then that's going to encourage the people who might struggle with reading more to like do it more, and then like
and you can see the kids
at it.
You can see like the weaker, I say weaker again because who's to say, but like they get so into it as well. Like maybe they wouldn't normally pick up a book at home, but you can see how much they enjoy it. Like they'll physically be like, oh, or like, oh, like this, like sat in their seat. And I'm like, that is what you want. Like that is the whole purpose of reading. Like if you have that much of a reaction, like that is brilliant. So yeah, I hope that helped. I hope that made you feel better, because yeah, I don't think any teacher should say to anyone that they're bad at anything.
Yeah.
That's just not great. So I'm sorry for you there. I used to walk down to the primary school straight with year 2s and 3s, and that was so rewarding. Yeah, I feel like the younger kids have such an appreciation for reading and books and stories. And I feel like they also love being with the older people. I remember when I was younger, I used to love when like an older person came to the school. I used to be like mates with them.
So cool.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like helpers and like classroom assistants. We used to be besties. I was such a sucker. We did that too when we were like in year 6. We got assigned a year 1 and we just read to each other. Yeah, I guess it helps for some people, doesn't it? I hated reading out loud in class, and I would always end up with a word I couldn't pronounce. Yes, this is me. I'd always read ahead as well to see like around where I'd be reading, and then I'd go over it a few times so that I could like understand what I was going to say. Just pretended to mumble it under my breath. Yeah. It is daunting though. Like again, if you feel uncomfortable doing it, you're not going to be like articulating properly. You know, it's just things.
God, it's just that moment in class where you know that the teacher's going to pick someone to read, and you just like focus your attention on looking anywhere but.
I'd always have a ruler as well, otherwise I'd lose my place. So I was literally like, he went to the shop and he did this and moved on. So I was like so into it.
Oh, when I was at uni, we had to do in one of my first seminars for Shakespeare, because we didn't get to choose like our modules. In first year, we had to do Shakespeare, and we did this thing where we had to go around like our seminar group, and there was this passage from like Henry V, and everyone had to translate a line from the Shakespearean language to modern day English. And I was like the last one, or one of the last ones, and every single person just seemed to be able to do it like no problem. And it got to me and I was like, I don't like, I literally don't have a clue. I don't understand what's just gone on. And I don't know. And the tutor was just like, oh, do you want to think about it a bit more? And I was like, and it was one of my most, just one of those moments where you just want the ground to like swallow you up, because I was like, right, well, everyone else clearly knows a lot about Shakespeare and can have a great 3 years.
I used to hate that. I did that in my translation module as well, because like my grammar is not the best. Like I'll say that to anyone. Like, yes, I have a Welsh degree, but I cannot like tell you all the rules and this, that, and the other. Like I just can't. And in the translation one, obviously you have to be quite good at grammar. And there'd be some questions where I'd be like, oh, I know the answer to this one, but then I'd never get asked for them. And then as soon as there was a question that I was like, whoa, nah. They were like, would you answer this for us? And I was like, no. Literally every time. Oh, such a pain. I think they can tell when we don't understand something, because then they're like, oh, I saw that weird little eye thing going on there. Practice and especially fun are so important. I'm a voice actress. Wow. And when I listen to my old recordings, they're so bad. I wish your teachers encouraged you instead of making you sad. Yeah, that's important, isn't it? As long as like the child or you are like progressing, or you feel like you're doing a good job, then I feel like that's all that counts. Because at the end of the day, who's actually going to sit down to you like once you're in high school and listen to you read a book. Like, yes, you have to read out loud for class and stuff, but like very rarely you will sit down at your home and read a book out loud.
Yeah.
Unless you want to. That's good practice. Definitely do that if you are struggling and you feel like you need something to get you going. I did used to do that when I was trying to like learn how to like read properly. Maybe that's a better way than going in front of a teacher, but I feel like I'm just saying one thing and then contradicting it and being like, oh, actually. But yeah, just you do you. Always encourage yourself. Look at how far you've come, not at like where you are.
Yeah, just enjoy it.
Just enjoy it. I'm going to move on from this now because I feel like I'm just going around in circles. Yes. Literally everyone's heads just went. And you would be looking at something very interesting on the page in front of you, something you'd never noticed before, but needed concentration.
Like writing some really intellectual notes.
They knew what we were doing. Like, they knew. They were probably looking at us being like, oh, God, here we go. In seminars, if I knew the answer, I'd say it, which was rare, so that they hopefully then wouldn't ask me again. Yeah, I did that a few times as well. I'd sort of be like, ooh, hi, and then just hope that they skipped over me for the next few questions. Because, like, if you've gotten one right, they can leave you alone, surely.
Yeah, I think one of the worst moments that I remember, it wasn't actually me, thank God, but this girl in my seminar, she'd like put in, I can't remember what the phrase was, but we all had to do presentations like one a week on a different one of the books that we were doing, and she'd put in like I think it was like a Latin phrase, and she'd put it in her presentation as like, this is an example of this, and then at the end our tutor was like, so what does this mean? Like in front of the whole seminar to her, and she obviously didn't know, and it was so like awkward because she'd put it in the presentation, and I was like, you didn't really need to like call her out in front of everyone, but okay.
That's what got me with maths. I know I'm going on a tangent again, but it's like, instead of just letting you do it, they would call you out, and like if you didn't know, they'd just, well, mine at least would be like, well, why? It's in your notes, look at your notes. And then everyone in the class would slowly turn to look at you, like, as you're like trying to just like flip through, and you know when you just like need a minute and you can't get it. I think that's why now I have a mental block with maths and I can't do it. It's because they used to stress me out too much. But yeah, I don't get why they do that. I feel like even afterwards, maybe it would be better for them to come up to you and be like, listen, I've seen you struggling, or like, oh, why did you put this in there? I just want to know. I don't get why they need to do it in front of everyone, because you know that there are people in that class that don't like each other and will have a go and will snicker about it. And I'm like, that's just not nice. Like, there's no need. I was in English before Christmas and was reading part of a play, and it got into an intimate scene. And I was embarrassed, and my best friend was next to me trying not to laugh. Yeah, that's the worst. I don't think I had anything like that. I think the like steamiest thing was Romeo and Juliet, if you could call that steamy. I don't think it is. But I feel bad for you. I would be the friend that would be laughing. It's worse, isn't it, when like someone's across from you or next to you as well, and you can hear them like sniggering, and you're like,
yeah. We watched, do you know the film Shakespeare in Love?
No.
Well, it's got like a very, it's not super great, it's not like porn, you know, but it's too much for someone in year 7, I would say, to be exposed to with the whole class and the teacher. And we watched that when we were in year 7. Our parents had to sign consent forms. My parents had never seen it. I don't think anyone, like, everyone's parents are sort of just like whatever. But it was just awkward, like having to watch that in front of, with like all of our class and all of our.
Yeah, I don't do well with like cringy stuff anyway, and like sex scenes. I'll just fast forward it because I'm like, I know what happens in sex, like it's fine, just like I don't need to see it. I can't imagine sitting in a class with like 20 people just
being like,
oh, mute, skip. That is so funny. Right, I'm nearly to the end of the comments now, so it's fine. I'd have to avoid looking at my friends because I just yeah, and that would set you off, and you'd have no like reason for giggling, but then you just couldn't stop. Oh, the best times. My math teacher called me out because he had whispered in the answer to my best friend when she got asked to answer. Right, yeah. I don't know. There's a way to go about it, but
once I decided that I couldn't be bothered to do my maths homework properly, so we were doing like a past paper, and I just got the answers and copied them all down. But one of the answers on the mark scheme was wrong, so he knew that I'd looked at the mark scheme. Like I put in some mistakes in there as well, you know, to make it for the other questions to make it look like I hadn't just cheated. But this one that I copied was wrong, and he was like, the only way you will have got that answer is by taking it from the mark scheme. That was awkward. But then he like brought it up like every year, because he was my maths teacher for quite a few years, and then like every year he would bring it up at like parents' evening or in my reports, like in a jokey way. But I was like, mate, the moment's passed now. I've learned my lesson.
Plus, if a mark scheme's there, like, why wouldn't you look at it?
I know. I used to use it to check my homework, even when I hadn't cheated, because I just know if I'd done well or not, you know.
Yeah, I hated that. Like, the teacher would give us past papers and be like, do this, the answers are there if you need help. And I would literally get home and I'd just look at the answers because I was like, I just can't do it.
Yeah.
So look at the answers, be like, okay, I see how that works out. Yeah, cool. I didn't see how it worked, did I? I was just, yeah, I'll just do it. English teacher didn't really like me as well, so one time my friend mouthed something to me across the classroom and started laughing. She was like, do I need to send you out? Yeah, one of my English teachers didn't like me either because I skipped a class. Basically, I had to do a presentation and I got really anxious about it, so I just went and hid in the toilets for the whole lesson, and she knew, like, because I told her that I was feeling weird about it and didn't want to do it, but she kind of forced me to, so I just didn't turn up. And I got a yellow card!
What a rebel.
I know, I got to do the presentation by myself afterwards though, so who's the real
worth it, yeah.
Honestly, I went through a really anxious phase in like I want to say like year 8, 9, and 10. Don't know why, but yeah, I skipped a few lessons. Oh gosh, these lives are bringing out the worst side of me, I think.
Bringing the fall out.
We all did it though. We all did something like that, where like there was just something that we didn't want to do, or
we had this really horrible English teacher when I was in year 7, I want to say, and I played the violin, and at the time I was getting lessons like in the school, and they were always in our actual lessons as well. So all my other teachers, when it had fallen in their lessons, I'd just be like, oh, I've got a violin lesson at this time, and they'd be like, sure, that's fine, because they like know about it, like it's a thing in the school. And I said this to this one teacher, like fresh into year 7, 11 years old, and she was like, try again. And I was like, I thought she hadn't heard me, and like she was just had a weird way of saying it. And I was like, oh, I've got a violin lesson at 12. And she was like, she made me stand up in front of the whole class, and then like was like, ask again. And I was like, my friend was like, you need to say like, please, can I? Like she like whispered it to me, and I was like, please, may I go to my violin lesson at 12? And she was like, yeah. But then she started like screaming at me about how rude I was, and like, you don't tell me that you're leaving my lesson, you have to ask me. And she was horrible. And then I started skipping my violin lessons when they fell in her lessons because I was too scared to ask. And then I got in trouble with the flipping violin teacher as well, so I couldn't win.
I know. I hate that. It's like an extracurricular thing. Like you can always catch up. I don't see the issue. Plus, like you say, all schools have that, so like surely it's not an issue.
Yeah, she was just.
Oh, sorry, I skipped Chloe's one there. I keep thinking that we've like talked about it. Chloe says they did that with my tax course. One question they asked us to submit had a completely wrong mark scheme and caught a few people out. I bet they do that on purpose, though. I bet they're like, I'm sure they'll just do this. The worst time I had to try not to laugh was when my PE teacher was talking to me and I accidentally said "sorry" to him because he was being unfair and I could see my friends in the back laughing. She always had it out for me. There was such favoritism, and I was like the only real reader in the class. Yeah, that's the thing. I think my English teachers liked me because I was genuinely like good at English. Like I could read, and then for the questions and the work, I actually did try. But yeah, they didn't like me for my presentation dodging. But the swear word wasn't even that bad. Fair enough. Right. Do you want to do another sprint?
Yeah.
Yeah, is 45 good, or do you want me to change the time?
45 is fine. I'll definitely finish.
Yay. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab my tea now. Tom texted me like 10 minutes ago being like, food's ready, instead of just bringing it up. So
Cool. I'm gonna eat my cake as well that my mum bought in.
oh my god, I'm so jealous. To be fair, I think we actually have chocolate orange cheesecake. We bought like a meal deal a few days ago, so that's in there. I think we'll have to eat that. So cheesecake. I'll pop the timer up. Well, enjoy your food. It looks really good. Thank you. Hopefully, mine's not cold, but fine. The things I do for live shows.
On occasion, I know.
Exactly. Right. See you in a bit. Goodbye. Hi, I had it on my phone. I was keeping track, but I didn't realize there was a lag. So I went to go upstairs and I heard the timer go and I was like, oh
no. I was like, how long can I sit here for before I have to like say something and do what you did last week?
Oh my gosh, don't. That sprint went so fast.
I know.
Oh my god. Right, I'm here. It's fine. I just forgot that there was a lag and I was like, Tom, stop talking. I need to go up in like 20 seconds. Then I heard the beep and I was like, oh no. Oh gosh. Oh. How did you do? Did you finish the book?
Yes, I finished. I put a dust jacket on because it's
so good. It reminds me of a honeydew sweet. It has the same colours, and every time I look at it, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I just think it looks very spring-like.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful cover.
Because when it's different. The American cover's different, and originally I was like, I kind of want that one because it's like all pink, with like an illustration on it. But I was like, I don't know how I feel about the green. But then I saw it in person, and I was like, I think I prefer this one. So.
Bold statement. No, it's such a gorgeous book. I didn't read anything. Woohoo! I went down, had my food, and then I don't know how, but like Tom and I started talking about when we were at school, like, you know, because we'd been talking about like that, and I was like, oh, I just told them that I like dodged a class, and then we went into this weird thing of being like, the fact that when you're at school, everything seems so intense and like world, and like now you're looking back at it and you're like, oh my god, I was just so stupid.
Literally, there's so many moments that you're just like, oh, why?
I've like done and said some pretty like not nice things, but obviously I was like 10 years old and I'm like, I can't have a go at myself now because obviously so much time has passed, and that's the whole point of like growing up, is that you can look back on it and see like, that was wrong, I would never do that now. And I'm going to teach kids to not do that now. But yeah, we just had a really random chat whilst he was watching Leeds. So
reminiscent today.
Yeah, well, it's because it's weird to think of like Tom in school. I don't know if other people feel like that, but it's something we just never like bring up, because I feel like if I was in school with Tom, I wouldn't have liked him. It's like hearing about some of their stories, you know, how like boys are and stuff and the things they do, and I'm like, oh, if you were in my class, I would not be able to deal with you. So hearing about like him talking about school just made me laugh. I just can't imagine us all being this young, like in school.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Oh my gosh. Where was I up to? Okay, this one. Yes, I think Emily's actually gone because I've seen her comment, but it is the Tesco meal deal chocolate orange cheesecake. It literally tastes like Jaffa cakes. Yeah, I think it's got like a kind of jelly-ish thing to it, where it genuinely does taste like a Jaffa cake.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's really good. It's very sickly, like it's quite strong in the chocolate as well, but it's so good.
Because I live right next door to a Tesco, like in my flat, but there's like not one around where I am now, really. Well, there is, but it's like because we normally go to like the big shopping centre, and that's got like Asda in it, which is why we go there. But yeah, that's not interesting. But when I'm back, I will have to look out for it, because I love the meal for £10.
Yes, that's the thing. It's actually so worth it, because like obviously you get the food, but then you get like a 4-pack of J2Os for like £2, and then a really nice dessert for like £2. And I'm like, oh, it's like spend like I could spend £10 in Aldi and like get enough food for a week, but it's nice. Like it's nice to treat yourself to a meal deal.
Yeah, I went through a phase of having it like every week, because my friend, we used to go out to the pub every Wednesday. I think I've said this before, but because we used to go there, but then we were getting through like we always used to buy a meal, and then we used to get through like 2 bottles of wine, which to even think about the fact that I used to drink a whole bottle of wine to myself on a Wednesday evening is like, who was that girl? But it was so expensive to do it every week, and we were like, why don't we just get the Tesco meal deal? We can get a bottle of wine with that, and it's only £5 each. But we got it because it was like we did it so many weeks in a row, and they don't really change out the things in the deal that often.
Yeah, that's the only issue I have, is like Tom keeps bringing home the same things, and I'm like, it's nice, but like, switch out.
But I haven't had it for so long, so I'm looking forward to having the chocolate orange cheesecake.
It is really nice. I think ours is like 2 days out of date though, because we've both been like, it's weird, like I've not felt like, not that I've not felt like eating, I just don't think I've had the effort to like cook stuff, so I've just like had soup or something, and then I go to bed because I've been so tired, so like food's just sitting there and I'm like, oh. So I'm gonna eat that in a bit. But since like living by myself, I'm so like ruthless. I used to be the type that like if something was out of date, I would throw it, and now I'm like, nope, I'm just gonna eat it. It's fine, unless it smells bad and tastes funny. I'm gonna eat it. It's fine.
Yeah, I've always been that person because my mum has always been like, we will eat it.
Yes, mine too. I think I was taking a stand against her though, being like, ew, no, I'm not going to eat out of date stuff. And then now that I'm like seeing how quickly stuff goes out of date, I'm like, it's fine. Unless it like smells funky, you're good. I'm literally there smelling the food like, I think we can get this today.
Yeah. But things like butter, like the butter that you like bake with, I feel like that goes out of date. I've used that like way past the sell by date before. Yeah. And once I was like, it's fine. But when I did that, I think I told someone at work and they were like, that's gross. And I was like, well, all those baked goods that I've bought in the past probably have butter that is a little bit past its sell by date in it. So
I don't think it matters. I feel like with chicken and stuff, definitely don't eat very out of date chicken.
Yeah, no.
I'd have it like a day after maybe the sell by date or the use by date, and then I'd probably be a bit wary just because chicken's always like dodgy anyway, isn't it? But anything cupboard wise, I'm like, if like a tin of food has like 4 years worth of an expiry date, I'm like, surely they're safe enough for you to eat whenever. Like, they're not going to go out of date, are they? Yeah. Unless you open something and leave it. I feel like
that's the thing. Yeah, it's fine.
Fine. Yeah, anyway, I think Emily's gone, but thanks for joining, Emily. Angie, I keep coming back for like 2 minutes. I have terrible timing. I had to walk the dog and other stuff. Well, you've been productive. It's fine. As you saw, I was very late to my own time. Oh my god, I keep forgetting there's a bit of a lag, so it's fine. We're both disorganized. I've come back 3 times now, and every time I'm late. 67 pages. Wow. Got a good chunk into my book before Bookathon. Are you participating, Chloe? Are you doing it like as hardcore as your 24-hour readathon? Because that was extreme. I can't believe you did that, but yeah, let me know.
Was it last Saturday?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was the day my flipping Wi-Fi was down, because I saw so much about it beforehand, and I was like, well, that's really cool. And I knew there was sprints going on, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll watch them. And then Wi-Fi was down. Anyway.
I was on the sprints for 6 hours, and I didn't read literally anything. I think I read like 50 pages, but because I think I'd had the jab in the morning, I was just like, just not with it, and then I just went downhill. And then by nighttime I was like, right, I'm gonna read, and then I had this whole like reaction, and so I just never read, so I completely failed that, which is really sad. I wish I'd have done it last week instead of this week now, because like this week I feel like I can do it, but I've got a lot of stuff I actually need to do before then, whereas last week I was fine. It's just the fact that I had the jab, so I'm really annoyed at myself. If I would have
been well,
sorry,
if you weren't feeling well, then you can't,
Yeah, exactly. I was going to be on sprints on Chloe's channel that night as well, and it was literally like 7 o'clock, and I had to cancel because it was genuinely like, I was like, I could sit here with a load of layers on and a hot water bottle But I was like, if I've got a headache and I've got a light in front of me, I've got the screen here, I'm trying to read, I think I just would have been a massive distraction for everyone because I would have been like so depressing to listen to. But yeah, sorry, Chloe. If I would have been in school with Cole, I'd have literally had my heart broken. He was a proper ladies' man and definitely my type. I think this is me with Tom. I think that's why, I wouldn't have liked to be in school with him. I wouldn't have liked to see that side, and the stupid boy side when him and his friends are together and they're like, "Oh, do you remember when we did this?" And I'm like, "You did what?" I'm like, if you did that and I knew about it and I was friends with you, I would literally be like, nah. Nothing with girls or whatever, just the fact that they're just stupid. Yeah, so it's I rode a trolley down here into the road and I'm like, why? Stuff like that just he would probably definitely do if he had a night out with the lads now. But as long as I don't really know about it, it's fine. But yeah, I think the boys that you're in school with, they're always a bit weird, aren't they? I feel like you never truly like them. As soon as you leave school, that's when I feel like to be a bit more suitable. I don't know. I feel like we've grown out of it by then, haven't we? And we're like, okay, we're a bit more mature. We kind of get what's going on.
Yeah. God, I'm just thinking about all the boys in secondary school.
Yeah, see your face. That's how I felt. Literally, throughout school, I was like, I can't be asked, not having a boyfriend, whatever. And then literally, I was like, cool, going into uni, gonna have such a good time. And literally, less than a week into uni, I met Tom, and we got together straight away. There was no little period of us just being like, oh hi. It was literally moved in together after 2 days or whatever. Tom just wouldn't leave my room and he would just sleep there after nights out, and I'd be like, fine. Honestly, it was just the most random thing, but I'm kind of glad because I feel like I get really bored easily. That sounds awful, but I said to Tom I said if you last 2 weeks with me, that'll be an accomplishment, because I feel like after 2 weeks I have a judge of people and then I'm like, nah, I don't like you. Bye. Do you know what I mean? It's it sounds awful, but I chat to people for 2 weeks, and then after then is when I'd start being like, and literally we're almost 4 years down the line and Tom and I are still together. So fate works in mysterious ways. I'm telling you. Again, sorry, very weird tangent. I'm doing it. I'll be tuning into the sprints from midnight, but we'll definitely be sleeping a lot. I've made a little planner of what sprints I want to join in with. Oh, that's so cool. I was going to join the midnight sprints, but since we've got the first prompt anyway, I don't know if I will because I'm knackered. Don't know if you can see by my face. But I'll have to get up quite early with the dogs tomorrow anyway, so I feel like if I can start off strong, that would be good. As long as I see the roll drop for the second prompt. Oh no, Cole was off getting them all in bed. Oh, Chloe, I would not want to know that. I would. I'd be like, Tom, sit down, tell me all of the girls, tell me when, where, what. Oh my god, honestly. Oh, I'm quite all right in the fact that Tom is kind of like me, where if you're with someone, you're with them for a good chunk. Do you know what I mean? It's not just oh, we'll have a random fling and then I'll never see you again.
Yeah.
So yeah, he had a girlfriend before me and I'm like, we don't talk about that. It didn't go well, so we don't talk about that, but right, that's literally caught up on the no, I was gonna say caught up in the comments, but this pops up. I don't like any of the boys in my year. They're so immature, and the only one I like has left school and has a girlfriend, but me and him are good friends, so it's quite awkward when he's talking about her. Yeah, this just reminds me of the school drama. Yeah. Everyone goes through this. Everyone goes through this.
But boys, are like, isn't it like a fact that boys are like less mature than girls until we reach a certain age? So yeah, the immaturity. I just remember.
Yeah, but like I say now, like Tom would still be like that now. Like if I let him, like I've
If I allowed him
if he was to go out now, is what I'm trying to say. If he was to go out now and like have a night out with the boys, I'd just say the next day, did you have a good time? Yeah, cool, brill. Don't tell me what you did, because I'm gonna flipping stress about it, and I'm gonna be like, oh my god, have you broken a car or something somewhere? Do you know what I mean? It's like, who ended up in hospital? Why? Like, just leave me out of it. So they never mature. They just get a bit better at it. I would honestly not bother about boys right now. It's probably hard to do because you're in an environment where like people are together and like you have crushes on people. But honestly, like I said, as soon as you leave that school setting, you realize that like that's just like a tiny little thing. Like it's all like school drama. You will find your way and you will find someone that wants you. And like, I don't know what
like,
I felt exactly the same. I had so much drama in school.
And how like high school relationships actually last.
Yeah, exactly.
So some of my friends, they started dating when they were like, when we were in year 10, so they were 14 and they got married last year.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, you've been in a relationship for like 10 years.
Oh my god. See, that is cute and that is like goals, but then again, I'm like, it sounds awful, but like you've not experienced a lot of things the way other people have. Do you know what I mean? Like, fair enough if that's not for you anyway, like good on you. Like it's not for everyone. But I feel like I had the best freshers week because I just had no cares at all. Whereas, like I said, as soon as I got with Tom, I was a bit more like, oh, okay, I need to like calm down. Like I didn't, he didn't care. But do you know what I mean? It's like, it's really weird. So definitely just enjoy yourself. I remember I had so many weird crushes in school that I look back on and I'm like, oh my gosh, why? Definitely don't get in between him and the girlfriend. Let it play out. If it doesn't work, maybe try something. But yeah, it's difficult, but it is hard when you like see people every day. Like I haven't spoken, well, I say I haven't spoken to my school friends for a while. COVID happened, but like even anyway, I feel like the people I went to school with, I don't really see anymore. Again, it's more like uni friends and things like that now. So like,
yeah, I'm the same, but I feel like we had sort of like a group. I don't even know if it was a group, like we had a group at school and we were all just sort of like together, but then I wouldn't have, there was a couple of them that I classed as like my good friends when I was at school, but then there was definitely people who were like in my group who I was like, if we were left in a room together by ourselves, I couldn't have a conversation. I wouldn't know where to begin.
that's me now. Yeah, I had the same. I had a group and there was about 6 or 7 of us, and like you say, like 3 of them very, very close friends to me, but over the years we've just obviously had our own stuff. But then the other 3 were just there because they were friends with other, do you know what I mean? But it was definitely like a clique thing where we had these 2 little groups. And honestly, I don't think I could have a conversation with them now. Even if I saw them out, it'd just be like, hi, you okay? Walk past. It wouldn't be like, hi. Do you know what I mean? It's like so weird. Like I spent like 5 years of my life with these people in secondary school, and now I'm just like,
yeah, it's weird, isn't it? But I know some people that are still like super close to the people they went to school with, and it'll be like one of my friends, she's in a group, like all of her best friends now are still the same girls as what she went to school with, and there's like 10 of them or something, and I'm like, I couldn't imagine being that close to 10 people.
But no, I was pretty close with like 2 friends, but then something happened in their personal life, and with the situations I wasn't actually able to like be there. And then I think that's what like made a rift. Like you don't realize there's a rift until you see them and you're like, oh, okay, not the same as how it used to be. But again, it's like it's just life and like people have other things going on. So like
Yeah.
it just happens. People have other people come into their lives that will be there when you're not there, and then do you know what I mean? It just
weird, isn't it?
Is.
I had like I was in this group and then I had 2 other friends who I was really close with who weren't part of the group, and it was like I was living like this double life with these two groups. But then I was I think I was on holiday. I was somewhere, and then these 2 other girls who I was really close to in our little trio, they went somewhere and they had a massive fallout. I still to this day don't know what it was about. And then I came back and they hated each other. So then I was like, well, what do I do now? And I was sort of closer to one of them. So she was the girl that I like sort of talked to. And then I don't think I've spoken to the other one like since that day. But I don't speak to any of them now anyway, so it's fine. But it's just weird, isn't it? Like secondary school.
Yeah. Even in sixth, because I moved for sixth form. I think that was a big issue of like why I don't feel as close to them anymore, because I feel like I got closest to my friends in GCSE, and I would have been in sixth form obviously, but then I moved, so they have like again a little bond there where I'm like not a part of it, which is fine. But yeah, in sixth form, a whole new school, and it was fine, but then there was this one girl, and I don't know how to describe her, but it's like very gobby and opinionated and thinks that everything revolves around her sort of thing. And we were at a sixth form party once, and I got a bit drunk, and I like kissed a boy that she'd been dating in year 8. Anyway, and so I basically stood up to her and was like, "You're stupid." Like it was like 4 years ago. Like what the hell, whatever, you know, like. And we had the biggest falling out because instead of like talking to me, she'd go home and go on Facebook and message me and stuff, and it would just rile me up because I was like, if you have something to say to me, say it to my face. Like I'd much prefer you just say something to me, and then we can like yell, talk it out, whatever, and then get it sorted and it's done. But yeah, it just went too far, so it ended up that we were both, I just flipped out and I was basically like, right, just don't speak to me again then, fine. But because we were all in the same group, it was literally me and her just not speaking, like, at all. And these other people trying to figure out how to, like, talk and, like, be okay with us. And, like, in the end, it just was a normal thing that, like, okay, these two don't speak, like, it's fine. But I feel like if we would have just, like, just sorted it out for the sake of, like, the year, it would have been so much easier. But I don't regret it. Like, you need to stand up for yourself and your actions, and like if you're going to be petty about something that happened 4 years ago, fine.
But don't expect me to be okay with it.
I wasn't even at the school. Like, oh, you know what? I genuinely, I'm bringing out the darker side of me in these lives. But it's like little things like that where I'm like, why did it become such a big thing? I just think people love attention and they love drama.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So yeah, I don't know how we got to that actually.
We've just been in a school hype.
Yeah. To be fair though, this is making me think back at school and being like, wow, I really was not a nice person. Or not a nice person, but like I did some stupid stuff where, like I said, I'd like dodge class, I'd like get into arguments, I'd maybe say a few things that weren't the nicest, but I think that was just my way of being like,
oh, I was so like, I wasn't like a goody two shoes, but that like I wasn't the sort of person that was like, you know, oh, give us homework, like that sort of thing. But I think that's how a lot of other people, like the popular people, I think that's what they thought I was like, because I was very like, just like to get my head down and focus on stuff and not like be so over the top and dramatic like a lot of the girls in my field. Yeah, I probably would have hated you.
No, honestly, I'm making myself sound like I'm a bully, but it wasn't anything like that. It was just like how kids are in school when there's a group and you're all like taking the mick out of something, or do you know what I mean? It's like that sort of thing where I'm like, why did I even like take part in stuff like that? Like I was just trying to be like cool and popular, like you say, but like there's just no need for it. Like who cares? Nobody cares. Like literally nobody cares.
Yeah. But no, I was just embarrassing, I think. I don't think I was embarrassing like at school, but I think like I was very online even when I was like 13, 14, and I get like the tweets that like the fangirly sort of tweets that I used to put out, and I see them on my time hop now, and I'm like, people at school definitely saw this. There is a reason why people thought you were weird, and this is it.
Oh my god, I love that though. That's the thing. I think I had Facebook like way too young, and when stuff comes up on memories, I'm just like, how are people? Because I sent friend requests to everyone, like everyone that was like in the school, like 2, 3, 4 years above me. I'd be like, oh, add friend, and then they probably thought I was so weird because I've just posted like random ass things and like One Direction posts and like you know like such weird little things, and I'm like, oh my god, why? But yeah, I definitely would not go back to school. I feel like those were the worst years of my life in terms of like not the person I was, but like it was just not a good environment. I feel like it's an environment that forces people to be
Yeah, definitely.
weird. I don't know.
I quite liked year 10 and 11 because we got to choose what we wanted to do, and then you were like in the class with people who actually wanted to be in the classes. Like I really hated my form group. I really hated it. Like I had a couple of friends there, but the majority of people were just so like the sort of girls who were just horrible for no reason. And like when we were in year 7, one of them came up to me and my friend in art class, and she said to my friend Katie, she was like, Katie, can I ask you a question? Why are you such a gorm? And it was just stuff like that, like all the time. And I was like, why are you such a bitch? Except I didn't say that to her because I was too like.
I was never like that. I would never ever say stuff like that. Like that is.
Yeah, there was just like a whole group of them, and then we had all the lads who were like the lads that they all wanted to get with as well. So it was like 20 of them, and then like 5 of me and my friends, and I really hated it. I just hated being in that environment because even if they weren't talking about me, you know, when you just feel like people are. So I was always on edge.
That was my issue, I think, is the fact that because they were either talking about you or like sneering at other people with you, I feel like you had to be the one that was like, oh yeah, haha, like he dropped his lunchbox. Oh, that's silly. Do you know what I mean? It's like I feel horrible like chatting about it because I feel so like shitty. Like it's just I was never a bully like at all. Don't like that. That's never been me. But like I didn't want to be like not popular.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be like the one that was picked on. So I was just somewhere in the middle of being like, I don't know. I think I make myself out to sound awful, but remember I was like what, from 10 to like 14.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It doesn't sound like you were like the girls who are in my form who were just horrible. But yeah, I asked my form tutor if I could move form when we were in like year 8 because I was like, I don't want to be with them anymore. I am done, because then they were in like all of our classes as well, the ones that we weren't in sets for. So I had to be with them so much, and she was like, oh no, you'll be fine. So I had to put up with them for another 4 years, but it was okay in like the later years because I didn't have to like see them, and I think I got a bit more like confident in myself as well. So I was like, I'm not gonna let you like.
Yeah,
they were really horrible to me. Like they never said anything to me, but I think because I'd heard like the sort of things that they were saying about my friends, I was like,
it's just not nice.
Anxious about it all the time. But we love that high school.
Honestly, that's like my thing. I just like you knew, didn't that? Like you knew who the bad people were, but then again, if they were trying to talk to you, like I feel like I'd always try and be like, oh hi.
Yeah.
Like, why would you? Like obviously I'd never like throw my friends under the bus or anything, like that's awful. but it's just, again, it's an environment, like you say, where people are put in, and like the strong, or not the strong, but like the horrible people want to feel more authoritative, and so they think that they have the right to go about telling people like things about themselves that they can't change. Like, why would you tell people that they look like a gum? I don't know. But I got stuff like that. I got stuff about like my teeth, because I had bad teeth. So like for years I just didn't smile because I was so self-conscious. But like the things that people say in high school stick with you for life.
Yeah.
And it's genuinely so scarring. But like you said, I think in GCSE, because we got to choose where we wanted to be, because like we'd gotten a bit more mature, I think it was just a nice friendship sort of situation then, I feel like. And the toxic people were in the lower sets, because I feel like they were just toxic because they weren't as educationally gifted, perhaps. And so they were taking it out on people. So I feel like that's when I felt better, I think. GCSEs were like top tier. Such a good time with like most people. And yeah, I just hated school, to be honest with you. Every chance I got, I would leave. So, and that's not like me, because I love learning. Like, obviously I'm training to be a teacher. Like, what the hell? But I just hated the environment. I hated like the people. Like you said, there were certain groups and that you always wanted to avoid.
I think the teachers though always seem to like favour the ones that were assholes. And like my form tutor, she said to me when she was like, oh, they're just like it, or they just don't, not that they were picking on me, but they were like, they just do a bit like that with you because you're so clever. And, you know, and I was like, well, what am I meant to do about that? It's not my fault. Like, well, you know, I try, but maybe you could, like, instead of telling me to be less clever, you could tell them to be less annoying.
Yeah, that I hated that. It was like they could always have a laugh with them and things like that, whereas me, who would like want to be not a teacher's pet, but like that wanted to learn, I'd always like keep my head down, do my work and leave. Whereas these kids, I just, yeah, like you said, they'd say stuff and then they'd get laughs out of people, and I was like, surely you're just creating such a more toxic environment. Like, it's just not good. It's just not good. So I'm so.
I hope it's a bit better nowadays, but not that it was that long ago that
I know.
but
Do you know what though? I feel like it's definitely changed a lot, because Tom was asking me now if any of the kids in my class are like bullies, and from what I've seen, they're not. Like, you've got the strong personalities and that, and you've got the ones that are more of the leaders and the followers, but like there's no bullying. I feel like it's a lot more of a focus in schools now, where you have to give lessons and be like, this is this religion, or this is this condition, or, you know, and it's not as weird of a thing maybe, or as like taboo of a thing, which I don't know why it was taboo in the first place, but it's a lot more inclusive is what I'm trying to say, I think. So I feel like they're more aware of what's obviously, like when they're on the playground and stuff, who knows what they say, they're probably not nice to some people.
yeah, I guess it's so different as well, like with especially secondary schools, like social media and technology and stuff. Like, obviously when I was there, I think Twitter, I had Twitter from when I was 13, but it was like nothing like what it is now, which is why I see all the embarrassing tweets, because I literally used it as my diary.
Yes.
I think Instagram came out when I was like maybe in year 10 or 11, and I had it then, but just, it's so different like now, and there's like TikTok and just,
it genuinely baffles me. Like, I don't know. I think me getting Facebook was like the worst thing, because like you said, I was just posting all my thoughts there, and like you'd call people out without like saying their name, but everyone knew you were talking about like this person or whatever, and it would just create so much drama. And I'm like, it just was not needed. Like, it's such a damaging thing, but obviously we can't live without it now. It's so ingrained into us that it's like, it's just so weird. But I'm glad I didn't have anything like this in primary school, because that would have been a nightmare. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, thank you for everyone.
tangent.
I love talking about this though, because like I said, you get to know us more as people on lives as well, because we do talk about
just random topics.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever put across the vibe that I wasn't keen on school and stuff in my videos, but now you know, we all have horror stories. We all have very bad experiences with school. And I'm going back there, so yeah. I'm going to try and participate in Bookathon, but I'm not going to miss sleep because I only got like 5 hours sleep. This is my problem with readathons. I always say I'm going to do a 24-hour readathon, but I can't miss out on my sleep because it's just like my schedule now. It's like I have to have it, otherwise I'm just not functioning.
Yeah.
I've low iron anyway, so I have like B12 tablets, and I'm like, if I take away the sleep, it's just going to get worse. So like I can deal with like 5 hours of sleep because before going to work at 6 a.m. and stuff, I used to literally stay up until like 2 a.m, sleep till 4, get up, drive to work. But now I'm like, no, I need my sleep. I need at least like 8 hours.
Yeah, I would just be ruined for like, if I did a full 24 hours, like starting tonight and did all tomorrow, I may as well just write off Sunday.
Yeah, I just don't get how people aren't tired. Like, as soon as I get tired, I can feel it because I have a headache and then I don't want to read. So I would rather sleep, get up and read for the full day then, instead of trying to stay up all night and then feeling groggy and just not being 100% awake.
Yeah, I used to be able to do it though. I think it's because the only times I've ever done all-nighters was probably like when I was like at school or at college. So then I was probably getting like a better amount of sleep each night. I think because I don't get the ideal amount of sleep every night at the moment. To then do an all-nighter is just like, no.
I think that's me. I get tired and I go to bed early, but I can never switch off. So I'll either be on my phone or I'll be like watching something, or I'll have something on in the background and then I tune into it. So I don't actually like switch off. And especially since getting the dog, because we're trying to train her, we technically can't sleep till like 11, half 11, which is when she goes in the cage or her little kitchen or whatever. Because we found that she can do from like 11 till 7ish. It's like her max. So we have to get up earlier and go to sleep later. So I'm like struggling. Like, it's our own choice. We wanted a dog, but like those extra hours that you're missing out on definitely take a toll.
Yeah, I think I've got better. I think now I'm more like a 1 a.m, sort of midnight to 1 a.m. I normally go to sleep now, and I can do it for getting up for work and stuff. But when I was at uni, I swear I used to go at like 4 a.m. And genuinely, when I went to New York or Boston, when I went to America when I was 19, like in my first year of uni, I was like, I'm in the right time zone for my body now, because the difference that the time that I was going to sleep there, I think like converted to the same time as what I was going to sleep in the UK.
Oh my god, that's brilliant. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was the same. Like, I used to be out at the pub or something until, like I said, until about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd go to bed and sleep for like 2-3 hours, wake up, feel absolutely awful, but knowing I've got to start work at 6 and either drive or walk down to work for 6 a.m. and do a whole shift and then go to uni. How was I functioning? I genuinely don't know. I can't do that now. I need, like I said, I need my sleep. I need to like have a good amount of time to like wake up properly, get on with my day, and then chill. I don't like just like powering through now. I've lost it. I can't do it.
We're so old.
Honestly, I can't. I feel like, to be fair, if I was on a night out and everyone's buzzing, I feel like that would help. I feel like I wouldn't notice it, but because I'm just like at home, it's just like, what else can you do? Like, you can't go anywhere. Might as well sleep.
Literally.
Oh gosh. My husband and I started dating when I was 15 and we got married when I was 18. Oh my gosh. We've been married for going on 9 years in September. That is amazing. Wow. I love that. I love little stories like that, to be fair. Oh my gosh. That's so cute. Me and one of my best friends always joke about a couple of years ago, before we were friends, sat next to each other in the class and only spoke to each other like 4 times the entire year. That happens a lot, actually. People that you see and like you're in class with, but then you don't really speak to them, and then as soon as you start speaking to them, you realize that you're like best friends. I had that with my best friend.
This is literally me and my best friend Amy at uni. I met her at uni, and we, for some reason, we were in like every single seminar group together except for like 2 throughout our entire 3 years, which is really bizarre because it was like randomly allocated. But the first semester I was in all my seminars with her, and I literally sat next to her in all of them and didn't speak to her ever. And then I think in the second term I was put in like a group with her, so we actually had to start speaking. And then I think I went out on a night out, and she was like the only person that I knew who was going, so I was like, can I come with you? And then we like became like best friends ever since that. But I'm like, oh, remember that time that we didn't speak
for a full semester?
Yeah, and actually my best friend from like where I live at work, we volunteer at Brownies together, and I was volunteering there for an entire year before we had like a proper conversation. And then we were like, oh, we should go to the pub. And then literally like within 3 weeks, we'd like booked to go to Disneyland together and do all this like fun stuff after like 3 trips to the pub.
Wow, I love that. That is like the spontaneous type of friendship that I need.
Yeah, literally we'd been in the pub for like 4 hours, and we were like, should we book to go to Disneyland in September? Why not?
I'm so jealous. I'd love to be able to do that. Just sit down one day and be like, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Now our teachers probably wish we were like that. Because we were always doing it. Yeah. I'm reading The Bone Witch, 100 pages to go. I think this series could be a slow burn. It was such a slow start. Is that the one by Rinchapeko? Is that me making that up?
That does ring a bell, but
yeah, I feel like I've heard of it, and it's one that I've wanted to read, but I can't quite remember if that's the right one. Let us know. I'm embarrassed to say this, but recently I've been in an argument with this girl that has been saying horrible things about me. So to stick up for myself, I've been saying things back. I'm thinking about after the fact. It's embarrassing. Last week before Christmas, she called me a fat bowling ball in PE. But at least my PE teacher dealt with the situation. Yeah, that should be called out straight away, because you should not be saying things like that about anyone. Like, I just don't get people that comment on people's weight or just anything. Like, just keep your opinions to yourself. Like, why does it bother you that someone else is living their life? Like,
yeah,
I think this is something I've just recently come to terms with as well. Is that like, I don't need to say anything about anyone. Like, who cares? Like, you do you. I'll do me. You know? Like, who cares? Honestly, it sounds so cheesy, but like, stick up for yourself, definitely. Don't let them just push you around, because if you say something back, they will probably be like, oh, okay, back off. Yeah. Only if you feel comfortable though, otherwise just go straight to someone and tell them. Because obviously violence is never the answer. That's not what I'm promoting. I feel like I've just had way too much of these, so I'm just
drunk advice.
It's like being in the toilet at a pub or a bar or a club, and people need advice, and I will happily give drunk advice. It probably isn't the best one. No, I'm not that drunk, to be fair, but but yeah, I'm glad the teacher dealt with it, because that should, like I said, be dealt with. Hopefully you feel okay. If you don't, definitely speak to someone at your school, because like, you shouldn't have to put up with that. But yeah, I hope you're okay. Glad you stuck up for yourself. Hope it gets sorted. And then, yes, Rinchapeko. Nice. I haven't read a Rinchapeko book, I don't think. I've got one, but I haven't read it. But hopefully I will soon. I say that about every book. I'm like,
I know. Every soon. Was in the comments, you were like, oh yeah, that's one I've been really wanting to read. And I'm like, your TBR must be.
It's huge. It's not even funny. Like, someone said I should do like all the books on my TBR, like show all of them in a video, and I was like, it would genuinely take me way too long. Like I've got a bookshelf free downstairs, so I was thinking of like taking all the books off and like shoving it on there and like panning over it or something, but even that's gonna take so much effort that I'm like stressing.
I was thinking of doing an all my unread books video, but then because, as I was saying before, I have so many that are like I'm holding on to for sentimental, they're signed purposes, but I know I'm never going to read them. So it's like, I don't know. But I might, when I move back to my flat, I might do it because like I can film half of it here, and then I have so many books there that I don't even remember what I have.
Yeah, that's the issue, isn't it? That's the thing at my mum's. I know I've got a few books there. They're not anything like I'm really interested in, because if they were, they would be here. But I do know I've got a few stuff there, like duplicate copies that I don't want to get rid of because they're like special editions or whatever. I'm like, stop.
See, that's my problem. The things I wanted to read the most are at my flat, because when I first came back here, I thought that I was only going to be here for like a month or something. So I think I bought like 4 books back with me and then left everything else there. And that's why I keep buying books. Like everything that I've been reading recently is stuff that I've accumulated recently. So I do have books here that I want to read, but only because I've been buying them, which is bad. But the ones I want to read are over 100 miles away. So what can I do?
I'm not going to go traveling for that. So I don't. To be fair, a lot of the books I've bought recently are like ones that I've been planning on buddy reading and stuff. It's a lot of books that have been recommended to me by like people I've been on lives with and stuff. And then apparently a lot of people want to read those books, so I'm gonna read them soon. But yeah, I have a lot of stuff I need to get to, and I feel overwhelmed by it a lot, so not fun.
One day.
Yeah, it's like I've got a lifetime to read these books. It's fine. I'll get to them eventually, hopefully. If I don't, I might unhaul them. We'll see.
Not like there's going to be any more written ever.
I know, literally, I'm really bad at like pre-ordering stuff as well, and I keep forgetting what I've pre-ordered and like what the books are actually about. And then when they arrive, I'm like, oh, this sounds interesting, and then they just go on the shelf because I'm like, for it.
I don't know what I've pre-ordered, because I know when I pre-ordered Transcendent Kingdom, that was like 1 of 4, and I know that Hamnet was one of them, and I know that the new like Robin Stevens bind up short story, the like second short story collection from that series was one of them, but I cannot for the life of me remember what the 4th book that I pre-ordered was, so that's going to be a fun surprise. But then I'm like, there's other things that I want to pre-order, but I'm like, have I already pre-ordered that? I don't want to do it twice.
Or I do it on Amazon, and then a lot of the times Amazon don't have it in stock. So like there's an Aidan Thomas book, which is a Peter Pan retelling. I've literally just checked this today because I know it's out, but Amazon's saying they don't have it in until the 23rd of April. So even though I pre-ordered it and it's out, I can't have it for like another month.
I didn't know that was out.
Yeah, apparently. I will double check, but I saw someone posting about it and I was like, oh yeah, I'm sure I pre-ordered it. But it says unavailable on Amazon anyway, so but then I'm like, I don't want to like cancel it and buy it off Book Depository because like I don't need it. I just pre-ordered it because I wanted to pre-order it and to have it. But I don't know. I am actually feeling really tired, and I feel like it's quite late. So
ages again.
Sorry?
I said we have been talking for ages again.
Yeah.
So,
they're fun. I feel like when we get to this point, it's been a lot of reading, a lot of little chats. It's nice to like.
Yeah. We've done 3.
Yeah, we've done a lot, to be fair.
I can never work out how much 45 minutes is. Like 2.
We had this issue the other week.
1.25 hours, I think.
Yeah, we'll go.
Yeah, we'll say that.
Yeah. We've done fine, to be fair. I didn't read in the last sprint, but I had to eat. Otherwise, it would be way too late. But,
I was doing the embroidery as well.
Were you? Oh, I'm so excited to see that.
I hope it's going to be okay, because it looks a bit, no, it doesn't look bad, but I feel like with like landscapey ones, it's really, they look a bit rubbish until you've actually like, you know, the sketch always looks a bit rubbish because you have to put the detail in as you're doing it. So I'm not going to show it you until I'm done, because you'll be like,
in case you show it and my face is like,
yeah.
I never. Oh my gosh. I honestly made myself out to be a bitch in this live. I'm really not. I'm like such a nice person, I promise.
I'll believe you.
As long as someone does, it's fine. Right. On that note, though, I feel like we're going to end it because it is almost 10:30. Had a busy week. I'm knackered. I want to enjoy Friday night now. But thank you so much to everyone who's been commented, everyone who's been commented. I can't speak. Everyone who's been commenting, or everyone who's watched. I always love doing these Friday night live sprints. They're such a little highlight of the week. It's such a nice way to start off the weekend. But yeah, I'm ready to like just go to bed.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah. So we've done another long one, so I hope it's been good. But yeah, massive thank you to everyone. Yeah. Thank you to Carys for being on my channel. The link to her channel is in the description box, so definitely check her out.
Thank you for having me.
It's fine. We will see you guys next week, actually, on Carys's channel before we disappear. I think, if we're still doing that. I've assumed. But yeah, exactly. So subscribe to Carys, turn on the notification bell, and you will get a notification when the next live is happening. So yeah, definitely do that. But for now, thank you, and we will hopefully see you next week.
Bye.